Greetings, Mavericks and new viewers. Tonight, direct and live from the Maverick News Network World Studios. This is Maverick News with Rick Walker.
Welcome, everyone, back to the Maverick News Channel special broadcast tonight. We are bringing you live coverage of the People's Party of Canada 2025 State of Our Nation Gala. It is just about ready to get underway, and with that, we bring you this. Hang on. We're about to go live to Burlington, Ontario. And we are live and covering the 2025 State of Our Nation Gala for the People's Party of Canada in Burlington, Ontario. Michael Baitar, one of the most prominent PPC candidates in all of Canada, is about to step of speakers tonight. Maxime, of course, the leader of the party, will be capping things off at the end of tonight's event. Founder and leader of the People's Party of Canada, former cabinet minister with the Conservative Party, track record of bold reforms. He broke from the Conservative Party in 2018, saying that the party is suffering from moral decay, and launched the People's Party of Canada. Jeff Evely, also candidate of record for Sydney Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, most notable recently for defying a government mandate to not walk in the woods because of concerns about forest fires, intentionally getting a ticket to challenge the government mandate in court. He will be speaking this evening as well, actively involved in coaching, community outreach. He coaches boxing in Nova Scotia, mixed martial arts, veteran, Canadian veteran, served in Afghanistan. So he also will be bringing his message to the event tonight, also a People's Party of Canada candidate. And Vincent Gircys, retired OPP forensic investigator with the Ontario Provincial Police, 32 years of law enforcement experience. He's also speaking this evening. Following his career, he became an outspoken advocate for human rights, freedom, and the rule of law. He is the Canadian representative of Police for Freedom International and was appointed as a commissioner to the National Citizens Inquiry of Canada, the NCI, in May of 2025. He's also the chairman of the Gircys Justice Project, probably the focus of tonight's address in large part, that Mr. Gircys. The Gircys Justice Project is a Canadian not-for-profit corporation with a mission to restore the rule of law while promoting police independence. And here's Michael.
That. Now, we've had a struggling economy. We've got people, foreign workers taking our jobs. We've got kids having to move home with us. We've got other kids that can't seem to get an apartment or this or that. And a lot of people are really fighting through things. So tonight, we've got some amazing speakers. We all know what the issues are. They're going to let you know the issues. But tonight is focused on getting to know your tribe. So get to know people. Because like-minded people together, when we unite, is what they're scared of. That's why they spend all the money on identity politics. That's why they spend all the money on distractions and shiny things. So let's stay together with this. Now, before we start, we have a tradition in Burlington to always have the national anthem and a prayer. Since we'll be eating in the next 10 or so minutes, we'll announce that. And we're going to go by table. So in a little bit, we'll start our dinner. I'm not sure the exact time, and I will be calling it by table, just so we don't all go crazy and trip over each other. All right, so can everybody stand up, please? And we're going to do the national anthem with the right words, please. Did we do that? Is that okay? Right. Because they're my sons and it's my land, so let's make sure we say that. All right, we're going to start on 4, so I'll go 1, 2, 3, and we'll be like, have we got a cue, Rick? Okay, here we go. Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true faith, love, in all our sons' command, with glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard. Oh, wow. Hey, that guy's got pipes. I bet you 5K. All right, then, to get it out of the they were all at different times. I know sometimes we don't always have Christians, and we have our Hindus, and we have people of other faiths. So if you're Christian, you can bow your head with us. If you're not, bow your head and give thanks, because I think it's so important every day to realize what we do have instead of fretting about what we've lost. So, dear Lord, we thank you for this gathering. We thank you for the safety of getting everybody here. We do pray for those that are on the brink, those that have lost their jobs, and we pray for those who lost their homes, and we pray for healing for them. And we're so very thankful for the family that we have here in this room, and we're very grateful for the food that we are about to eat. Amen. Amen. Okay, let's see. Where are we next? Okay, so we've done our grace. And thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. It's near and dear to me. And I want to remind people, behind door number 1 is a silent auction. So as you know, every year we have donors that try to donate unique items. Sometimes it's gift baskets. And we also have a James Top signed picture there as well. So there's a lot of great items. It's behind here. It would be really fabulous if you guys would be able to, take a look. You might like something. I know Michael Penman, you were pretty crazy last year. I saw you just going up to the clipboard every 5 minutes like my wife at Home Alive. I got to get the jury board. Did somebody, I got to go check. I think somebody bid, Mike. And Michael Penman was that guy last year for one of the jerseys. So Everybody enjoy yourself. Dinner service should be soon, and we will announce the tables. Have a great time, and thank you so much. I look forward to seeing each and every one of you. Take care, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Okay, so that's Michael Bader. And he is the host of tonight's 2025 PPC State of Our Nation Gala. And we'll keep an eye on what's going on out there at the venue in Burlington and go back as the event gets underway. But until then, we have some pre-recorded material from the PPC to bring to you. And we are the official live stream platform tonight here on Maverick News for the PPC Gala. And that's what we do here. We give a voice to everyone. As you know, we've covered the full range of political rallies, whether it's RFK Jr. in the States when he was running as an independent, or Trump rallies. And we've brought you rallies from the Democrats and the liberals and the conservatives and the NDP and everything on the outside edges of that and everything in between as well. And we're happy to give the PPC a voice here tonight as well. And we look forward to hearing from all the speakers, including Michael and also Stephen Makk, who will bring his blend of wit and insight to the evening. He has a lot to share with us, a sharp political and comedic roast, and he'll offer a lively take on current events and public figures. And that, I'm sure, will entertain and provoke thought tonight. Stephen Makk wants to share tonight a positive vision of Canada where personal freedom, he says, individual responsibility, and civic engagement are the core values of a good, just, and flourishing society. He says he favors a government that sticks to the basics and gets them right. And that brings us to this content from the PPC. This is background on how the PPC got its start.
Over the past few months, I've been raising policy issues which I believe are crucially important for the future of our country. This is my job as a member of Parliament. Moreover, it is my duty as a Conservative Member of Parliament to contribute to debates and offer policy solutions from a conservative perspective. Otherwise, what is the point of being involved in politics? I am in politics to defend ideas, real conservative ideas, because I passionately care about the future of our country.
I think it's important to recognize that we're in a world right now where these discussions, this polarization, this fear of the other has become easy currency for politicians who do want to strike up uncertainty in people's hearts and lift those anxieties and try to get people to vote against things.
So Canada remains committed to the Paris Agreement, making major reductions to carbon emissions by 2030. The carbon tax, part of that overall effort.
What's becoming clear is that this government does not have a climate plan. Their plan has failed to reach a single solitary greenhouse gas emission target.
Now it's not the birth rate, but immigration driving up the population, with a record 1 million newcomers landing last year, and millions on the way in the years ahead.
World leaders, corporate giants, top academics, they're all coming together in Davos, Switzerland today.
Trust into our institutions and particularly trust in our capability to shape a better future.
Your gender is not dependent on what parts you were born with, but rather what you feel like in the moment. Where some public schools and libraries invite drag queens, some dress like horned demons, to read to young children.
After a couple of minutes of this debate tonight, I think people can clearly see why I didn't think you should deserve a platform.
For too long, Canadian politics has been hijacked by interest groups, cartels, lobbies, international organizations, corporate and union interests, and the interest of politicians and bureaucrats in Ottawa who are disconnected from ordinary citizens. We see it in the way the old parties try to attract voters and support, not by offering solutions that appeal to all Canadians, but by pandering to various groups and dividing Canadians into little tribes that can be bought with promises, privileges, and taxpayers' money. Nobody speaks for Canadians. Nobody speaks for the people.
The billboards have popped up along highways across Canada. Say no to mass immigration, vote People's Party. Launching his campaign from his Quebec riding today, Maxime Bernier defended the billboards.
We want fewer immigrants, a maximum of 150,000 a year. And, we're not for mass immigration. We are the only principled alternative. We are speaking the truth about the real issues that we have in this country. Immigration, taxation, that's important. And let's have these debates in this country, that's important. Canadians want that.
And now is the time! The greatest threat to our freedoms in our lifetimes arrived in the form of tyrannical lockdowns, mandates, and ostracization of normal Canadians by corrupt governments across the country. We were not deterred. For 2 years, we protested across the country and fought back. Even in the middle of the darkness, we held on to our hope and faith.
The largest human rights protest Canada has ever seen. The most inspiring act of civil disobedience I have ever experienced. After 2 years of government tyranny, of lockdowns and travel bans, of curfews and stay-at-home orders, of government pitting families and friends against each other, of propaganda and psychological manipulation, brave Canadian truckers started a movement that would wake up a nation and inspire the world. Starting from the west and then the east, they made their way to Ottawa. The line of trucks and cars grew as they passed through each city and province. Patriotic Canadians gathered on highway overpasses, waving flags and raising homemade signs. 13 months ago, they began to arrive in Ottawa. The career politicians that walked the halls of Parliament were reminded that these buildings, this country, belong to us. They were reminded that Canadians are not just serfs paying taxes to support their insane globalist projects. We are a proud people, not to be treated like cogs in some broken machine. Trudeau smeared the protesters as racist and misogynist. The fake news media painted it as an occupation. They claimed the citizens of downtown Ottawa were being terrorized and lied about protesters committing arson and other crimes. But I was there in person. I experienced it firsthand. And I can tell you, it was the most beautiful, peaceful and patriotic event I have ever seen. After 2 years of misery and discrimination, of being separated from friends and family, there was a special sense of love and togetherness in the streets of Ottawa. People were proud to be Canadian again. But just as pride and patriotism was resurging in Canada, Justin Trudeau stomped it out like a campfire at the end of the night. Trudeau gave himself unprecedented powers meant to protect Canadians at times of war. He weaponized the financial system, shutting down fundraisers and freezing people's bank accounts without due process. Stormtroopers took to the streets, shooting journalists with tear gas and trampling people with horses. We were reminded the tyrants are still in control. Even though the Freedom Convoy was violently crushed, it was still a brilliant success. Public opinion had turned. Provincial government started to quietly drop mandates and restrictions. In the years since the convoy, the political establishment has done everything they can to sap the momentum out of this populist uprising. They've used every tool in their arsenal. The corporate media are still vilifying protesters and preventing the other side of the story from being told. The courts have delayed important cases or refused to hear them. Trudeau made a mockery of the inquiry, appointing a former Liberal staffer as commissioner. Many Canadians that had woken up have been lulled back to sleep. We must not forget about what the tyrannical Liberals did to us, what the NDP and the Bloc Québécois enabled, what the Conservatives failed to oppose. We must recapture the fervor and passion of the Freedom Convoy and start fighting now to make change in the next election.
Across Canada, this has been a day of protest, counter-protest, and even some confrontations over sex ed and LGBTQ rights.
To insinuate that we might actually be spending time indoctrinating them is absolutely ridiculous. You know, we don't have time for this. We just want our children to be, safe, loved, cared for, and if there is a situation where a child is in danger because of their sexuality or because of their gender identity, then it is our job under the Charter of Rights to keep them safe.
At the end of the day, we want to have a discussion. We want to establish a dialogue and say, listen, whatever is being taught to our kids, parents should have a right to know about that. It shouldn't take the strong arm of the government to have to come in and kind of force these things through. I think it's great that the education minister has made overtures towards that, and I would hope that both sides can get together and recognize that parents should be the final arbiters of what your children are learning in the classroom.
We are the People's Party. We are working for the people, and that's why I'm here. I'm here with the people, and we share the same cause, the same values, and the message is very clear today. Leave our kids alone. That's a simple message. What is happening in our school is not education anymore, it's indoctrination. We need to stop that. So, as you said, I'm a politician at the federal level. What can we do at the federal level? We can do a lot because, as you may know, the Trudeau government is funding a lot of independent associations, radical associations that are promoting that radical trans ideology.
We can see how far we've come as a movement. We have shown resilience and strength. Our journey has been marked by determination and unwavering spirit. Today, we are confronted by many challenges. Our economy must be revitalized, our freedoms must be protected, and we must end mass immigration. It is imperative that we address these issues head-on with courage and conviction. We are embarking a new chapter in our history. I call upon every member of the People's Party to join me once again in this great project, the quest to make a better and brighter future for Canada. Together, we can forge a path of prosperity, freedom, and security. Let us not be complacent. Rather, let us seize this moment. Our potential is great. Let us combine our efforts and dedication to overcome all obstacles in our way.
We'll be right back.
You are watching live coverage of the People's Party of Canada 2025 State of Our Nation Gala, on Maverick News. Maverick News isn't just a news outlet, it's a community of truth seekers. Your donation at freedomreporters.com fuels our mission to report the stories that mainstream media won't touch. Thank you, Maverick family. Maverick News. Fighting for freedom.
As you saw in that video, the Freedom Convoy was a milestone moment in Canadian history. It's a moment that I think also was a catalyst for the People's Party of Canada. It was a moment when people who love freedom came together, and while many things were true at the same time, the overarching goal, I think, of the people who went down there was to restore freedom in the face of government overreach.
The largest human rights protest Canada has ever seen. The most inspiring act of civil disobedience I have ever experienced. After 2 years of government tyranny, of lockdowns and travel bans, of curfews and stay-at-home orders, of government pitting families and friends against each other, of propaganda and psychological manipulation, brave Canadian truckers started a movement that would wake up a nation and inspire the world.
And the pandemic certainly was something that gave the PPC a boost because it reoriented the thinking of a lot of people. But as Maxime Bernier, the leader of the party, has continuously explained, the party continues to have to push back against, well, again, government overreach.
In the years since the convoy, the political establishment has done everything they can to sap the momentum out of this populist uprising. They've used every tool in their arsenal. The corporate media are still vilifying protesters and preventing the other side of the story from being told. The courts have delayed important cases or refused to hear them. Trudeau made a mockery of the inquiry, appointing a former Liberal staffer as commissioner. Many Canadians that had woken up have been lulled back to sleep. We must not forget about what the tyrannical Liberals did to us, what the NDP and the Bloc Québécois enabled, what the Conservatives failed to oppose. We must recapture the fervor and passion of the Freedom Convoy and start fighting now to make change in the next election.
And when Maxime Bernier was arrested for while he was out campaigning during the pandemic, he was arrested. When arrested, they asked him if he had any weapons on him, and he said, "Only my words." And with that, I present this.
You know, when I was arrested, handcuffed, and put in jail after a political meeting fighting for our freedoms, the policeman asked me if I have something on me that could hurt him. I said no, only my words, only what I believe in. And we must use our words as our weapons. And we must be able to have a discussion with our family and friends about the future of this country.
And it's a party, the People's Party of Canada, that really focuses on values. Mark Carney uses that phrase as well, the new Prime Minister of Canada. But I think when it comes to values, the perspective is a lot different.
You know, when I was arrested, they want to come here because our culture is the Western civilization culture. And we know that we believe in individual freedom and personal responsibility. We in the West and here in Canada, we have faith in you. We have faith that you have the ability, the dignity, and the right to make your own decisions and determine your own destiny. That's individual freedom and personal responsibility. That's Western civilization values.
And we are about to go live back to Burlington in just a moment, where they are. Let's just bring up the screen here and see where we're at. The first speaker of the night is actually going to entertain us a little bit. Stephen Makk, bringing his brand of comedy to the 2025 People's Party of Canada State of Our Nation Gala. We'll be right back.
You are watching live coverage of the People's Party of Canada 2025 State of Our Nation Gala on Maverick News.
You know, someone very profoundly once said many years ago that if fascism ever comes to America, it'll come in the name of liberalism.
Well, I think it's time we ask ourselves if we still know the freedoms that were intended for us by the Founding Fathers. If we lose freedom here, there's no place to escape to. This is the last stand on earth.
The entire world is watching.
Every dictator, every crazy dictator in the world is watching. The world is watching. On TV, the entire world is watching. On social media.
But the entire world is watching, and yes, they are seeing what we have apparently bravely been willing to say that others are thinking.
Stand for freedom. Literally stand for freedom. Let's get this done. The entire world is watching.
We're at war with the most dangerous enemy that has ever faced mankind in his long climb from the swamp to the stars.
Maverick News. Maverick News. Maverick News.
Let me have more control of my own destiny.
The world is watching.
And we are just moments away from having Stephen Makk come in and entertain the audience with his stand-up comedy routine. Stay with us.
The sharing of biased and
false news has become all too common on social media.
More alarmingly, some media outlets simply aren't true without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
In an ocean of lies a century deep, the truth awaits. Choose not the red pill. Choose not the blue pill. For both are an illusion. Discover the power of M. The power of individuality. We are mavericks. We are the way to the light. Fear not the storm. Join our quest for truth. Truth will set you free. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Now, very shortly as well, we will be joined by Randy Hillier, and I think as well possibly Jordan Keeley, independent MLA from British Columbia. So they'll offer some insight into what we're about to take in this evening, so kind of a look ahead to what kind of messaging we can expect. And they'll also provide some analysis, I think, on what the PPC really needs to do to break through, to find that, I don't know, that breakthrough moment where they get someone, probably Maxime Bernier, elected, or maybe Michael Bader or one of the other candidates that they put forward in the next election across the country, get them elected and get them into Parliament, where the PPC and that segment of the population will then get a voice. Now, we're providing, as I say, a voice to the PPC here tonight. We always strive to give everyone a voice, especially give voice to the voiceless or to those who really are shunned or even canceled by mainstream media, even the government through censorship. And that's really why we're conducting this here tonight, because the coverage you're seeing here tonight on Maverick News of the PPC 2025 State of Our Nation Gala, this is something you're not going to see on mainstream media. Now, I don't know what kind of coverage ultimately this might receive in MSM, but it won't be widespread if they receive any at all. And that is part of the problem. There's too much cancel culture out there, in my view, as I sit here and editorialize just a little bit this evening. And that's been a challenge for the PPC. As Maxime Bernier has said, they don't want to give the PPC a voice. They're trying to keep him out of the leaders' debates when we go to elections, because, as he says, if the PPC gets a voice, the party will grow even faster than it has been growing.
I think it's great that the education minister has made overtures towards that, and I would hope that both sides can get together and recognize that parents should be the final arbiters of what your children are learning in the classroom.
You know, we are the People's Party. We are working for the people, and that's why I'm here. I'm here with the people, and we share the same cause, the same values.
And parental rights, LGBTQS plus issues, government overreach, those have been the cornerstone issues for the PPC from the beginning, and of course immigration as well. Now, the other thing, and the other reason I'm sitting here tonight is because I've had Max on our program from time to time to do interviews, and we don't always agree on everything. And I've challenged him on some issues. And when I've done that in a constructive and fair way, he has said that's okay. And that is something as well that you don't always find with other parties. In fact, I think it just doesn't happen with the Liberals and the NDP and even the Conservatives. And I think Mr. Keeley and Randy will speak to that, because as we've seen, those guys were sort of ejected from the parties, from the Conservative parties that they represented provincially in BC and Ontario. And cancel culture is an ongoing concern. And that's something the PPC seems to be pushing back on even now.
Because, as you know, we have been canceled by the mainstream media, like Trump in the US. They don't want to give us the visibility that we must have with 5% of the vote, because they know that if they give us more visibility, we will grow faster. When Trump will do what he said he will do, and I strongly believe that he will, he's crazy enough to do it, and he will,
the mainstream media here in Canada will have to speak about, the radical gender ideology. They will have to speak about immigration and stopping the mass immigration in the US.
And immigration is also an issue that has become very pronounced. And in particular, here in Canada, the Temporary Foreign Workers Program has really risen to the surface as an issue of main concern for many. And that's where this video, produced by Michael Bader, went viral recently. He was talking about Tim Hortons, Canadian Tire, other big Canadian companies taking advantage of and abusing the Temporary Foreign Workers Program. And in that way, it's actually putting Canadian citizens out of work.
Tire Canadian. I don't know if you guys have noticed what's going on, but I don't go to Tim Hortons anymore. I'm not going to go to Canadian Tire because apparently Canadian Tire has ended up firing 343 people, then had the audacity to ask some of them to go to India to train the people that are replacing them. There's other companies like that. And I'm thinking personally, working on an idea that we can get a website together and say, hey, Works Burgers, they hire Canadians, they didn't take the subsidies, Works Burgers. Oh, Tim Hortons on Barton and something, they actually have the ladies that work there that I knew for years, and the kids are working there. So something like that. I don't know what it'll be. If anyone has any ideas, I would really love us to vote with our dollars and put Tim Hortons out of business and let Canadian Tire know that, no. I'm going to Home Hardware where they hire the high school kids.
So, the extent of that abuse, that's the question. How far have we gone with this stuff? Now, I think we're going live now back to Burlington for Stephen.
Idiot in a
Here we go.
Buick driving exactly the speed limit. Fuck. Say fuck. Oh yeah, it's a free country, right? Oh wait. Okay, be a little bit careful here, but man, I'm looking at this car and it's kind of dodging around, it's belching smoke, and I'm trying to figure out what the heck it is. What's wrong with this guy? And I'm going, I know, they're on parole. They want to follow the speed limit so they don't get pulled over. Okay. Yeah, they don't look like they'd be on parole. And I noticed there's a bit of smoke going around there, a bit of a Cheech and Chong vibe. And I thought, oh yeah, now I know. They're stoners. They're driving slow. Guy didn't look like a typical stoner, and I realized it. Then I got it. Rusty old Buick. Weed all over. Big shiny new wood ornament though. They're conservative. And I thought, I got the trifecta. It's a stone conservative on parole. And I was nearly late for this. I don't know. I'm still pretty stressed out. Ugh. But the meal's trying to digest, Yeah, Michael, thanks for inviting me. I agreed. Yeah, I'll stand up on my hind legs and make some noise, hopefully more from the front than from the back. But yeah, thinking about that rusty old Buick. Yeah, that's your dad's conservative party. But you got this guy. I don't know. You know the guy. He had a makeover. He used to be this accountant type, kind of beady-eyed, glasses. Sorry, accountants, but you are kind of that. And I don't know. They spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, did a makeover, gave him a white T-shirt, leather jacket, and now we have the world's worst Fonzie impersonator. Like, ladies, how many of you think Pierre Polyev is a sexy man? Hands up. Oh, Michael, I said ladies, not like homos. So, but ladies, like, which of you, do any of you think that Maxime Bernier is a sexy man? Show me your hands. Or flash me your tits? No? Okay. Wait for Max. He'll be here. I like to set him up that way. But yeah, so, you know, I just realized what I said about that rusty old Buick. Conservatives just look on the limit. Doesn't matter. If you're flying off a cliff, it doesn't matter how fast you're going sideways. It's how far you're going down and how fast. And we keep saying, well, no, watch out, let's not do that. And yeah, the rusty old Buick, the steering's messed up, kind of wobbly. Every time they see like some kind of PPC sign on the front lawn, it veers right and ends up in the ditch because they don't know what they're talking about. And then when election's coming, well, it starts veering to the left and, you know, going towards the Liberals or into head-on collision like what happened in the last election. So, yeah, stone conservatives on parole. I wish we had a better choice, but we do. We're all here, right? Yeah, we're the answer, right? Like you realize, really, I told you so, party. I told you so. You know, 2019, we said, hey, mass immigration is going to be a disaster. We're called racists and worse. You're right. We represent the majority view. But anyway, I'm not going to drift into politics. Let's look at. I passed this idiot. And I'm going down Highway 12, and I go, holy crap! There's some kind of weird customized Prius there, and it's going like this across all the lanes. I realized, oh, geez, it's a Green Party wind-powered car, and they're tacking. And it's got some solar panels, and, well, Liz is drunk, so I don't know. And the kids in the back, well, they're playing doctor, trying to figure out what gender they are. And so, anyway, the wind dies, and the sun goes behind a cloud, and they're stuck. And I go, okay, maybe I gotta help these poor guys out. So I pull over. Oh, they all got out of the car, ran into the field with mason jars and plastic bags, and they're going to go collect cow farts to put methane into their backup engine. And well, that was a Benny Hill shit show. So, well, I guess that's a good way of putting that, party, because their internal stuff is just I don't get it, but whatever. They're pulled over. I don't think I can help them, so love them to death, but good luck. Then I'm going along, and I see some people in trouble. And there's a VW microbus with a peace sign on the side, and a bunch of sandal-wearing professors, and a bunch of steel workers, and a bunch of gender activists. Oh, geez, it's orange. It's the NDP. It ain't going anywhere. They don't want to use gas, but their car doesn't burn anything other than that. And I thought about it. Well, who are these guys? NDP, New Democratic Party. Well, there's nothing new about them. They've been around forever. And when you think about, they're not even Democratic. I mean, they're having a leadership race right now, and no candidate is allowed to have more than half their votes from white men. And it's sort of like men and non-men. And so, I mean, after talking about the gender diversity and all, suddenly they're in a binary. Thanks, guys. So I guess they lost their plot. And the party, well, they lost party status. They're not even a party anymore. They're just going to help Mr. Rogers, Carney, oh, geez. That's the worst temporary foreign worker Canada's ever seen. So anyway, I wish you well, NDP. Find a job. You'll do fine. Because in Canada, you know what? You can put in an honest 8 hours of work a day. You're going to do okay. I believe that's still to be true in Canada. Think about it. Encourage everyone to do it. Tell your kids, get a job, go to school. Doesn't have to be fancy. Get busy. There's no limit to opportunity as long as you ignore the government. That's the PPC message. So anyway, I'm driving along Highway 12. Holy shit. I'm looking ahead. I don't know what it is. It's a glitter bomb going off perpetually. And I see this big pink Cybertruck with a unicorn head at the front and streamers with rainbows. And I'm looking, oh, this thing had an ejection seat and it had been fired, still smoking. So I guess Trudeau was gone. And so Carney's driving this thing, but he can't get anywhere because there's bitchy, witchy, twitchy sitting in the back, Chrystia Freeland, trying to tell him what to do. And she's for this and against that. And it tells me, I remember a couple elections ago, people say, Trudeau, resign. And I'm going, no, Trudeau, please don't resign because there's only one person that's worse, and that's Christian. I guess the deputy vice president, prime minister. So, yeah, that car is kind of going on fumes and fairy dust. The tires are flat, and it's, I don't know, it's kind of acting like the conservative one. So kind of same deal. Different technology, I guess, and so I passed them easily. And anyway, that's our political system. So how are you guys doing? Michael, how are you doing? I'm doing all right now. You look pretty stressed out. I am because I really hate the air traffic controllers at Montreal. Oh yeah? Okay. All right. Yeah. Michael Bader, we all know him, we all love him. Does anyone else get kind of a Jerry Seinfeld vibe from him? Sort of like, Will C9, what's up with that? And no, Mike, yeah, he's the Energizer Bunny of the PPC. Boom, 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 boom. Go. He throws a good party. He always shows up at my parties too, and he's always got some fun songs to sing. And he's a happily married man now. Hope that tames him a little bit. I hope it works out. Yeah. Let's see who else we got here. Oh, let's see. I was going to roast Max, but he's not here. Oh, I love roasting Max. Max takes it. What? Oh, look, Mario Greco. Wow, Mr. Hairbun, cool. He's a reliable boy. He's helped me out a lot. I'll leave you alone. We still need you. Let's see who else is here. Oh, Glenn Ellsworth. Hey, Glenn. How you doing? Where's your PPC pin, asshole? I know a guy that sells them. Yeah. Hey, Tish, that looks good. Can I have a bite? No, it's good. Tish, the little fireball from Durham. I'll take it easy. Let's see. Who else? Who's my next victim? Oh, you're the guy with a weird name. Yeah? Oh, okay. What's your name? Jeff. What's your last name? Swackhammer. That's what I remembered. Yeah. Ginger. Boy, I wish you had a soul. You might win. Okay. Well, there's Nathan. Nathan. Please. Oh, better than that. So Nathan told me that, Max is late. At least we're lucky Nathan's here so that somebody can be the punching bag and we'll play pin the tail on the donkey and, be ready. But, yeah. Nathan, thank you for all the work you do. Oh, I see Jeff Heavily there. He's a hero. He went in the woods to take a leak, which is a basic Canadian thing, and wouldn't you know it, the powers that be wanted to charge him for it. So thanks, Jeff, thank you for your service. Oh, we have Pamela Park here. She's the Canadian champion in riding hopscotch. Wellington, Halton Hills, then Huron Bruce, and then all the way to Newfoundland for long range mountains. She wasn't happy that she found a riding shaped like a huge erect penis. Figures. But hey, well, if I didn't mention anybody, it's because you're boring and don't matter. So I will move on. Let me see. Yeah, sure. I mean, we all have our place, and do better next time. But nobody did that well, so it's okay. So, yeah, Michael's married, and oh, I was going to tell you, I'm good friends with Justin Trudeau now. Yeah. You see, Justin and I, our wives left us at about the same time. And so I became single. So ladies, look at this body. It's for your pleasure or amusement. Either way. But so Justin came to me and said, Steve, you must be hanging around with Maxime Bernier a lot because you always got a hot woman at your side. What do you have that I don't have? And I go, okay, Justin, I feel sorry for you, I said, Justin, I've been in the PPC, I'm in the freedom movement, I was in Parliament Hill, and I realized that all those fuck Trudeau flags that Glenn used to sell are really dumb. I never liked them because nobody obeyed the exhortation. Not even Sophie. So it didn't work, guys. Didn't work. So I felt sorry for him because despite all the encouragement, nobody did want to actually fuck Trudeau. And so I said, Justin, you know what? I'll help you out here. I'll give you some of my womanizing secrets. And I said, Justin, let's go to the beach. And I said, with my Eastern Northern European heritage, I said, the way to get the ladies is get a nice skimpy speedo. Or as Australians call it, a budgie smuggler. Or a banana hammock. And I had one purple, labeled purple people pleaser. And I got one with a nice Canadian flag. Here, Justin, let's put that thing on and we'll walk out to the beach. And the ladies are going to like it. So me and Justin walking along the beach, and I don't know, get an occasional look. Poor Justin, though. By the time we reached the end of the beach, he's didn't have, his ways were not funny. And I go, He says, Stephen, the girls are laughing at me. His breathy way of talking. And I go, okay, calm down, dude. And the beach was in Prince Edward Island, by the way. And then I remembered Trudeau's nickname from all the trips to his masters in China. He was called Chow Trudeau.
We're going to bring in a couple of our other guests here.
Potato.
Andy Hill
And his
here.
dad,
and,
Pierre Elliott,
Keeley
was
who are
known
waiting in the
as
wings.
the big potato. That kind of maybe explains the problem.
Gentlemen, welcome to the broadcast.
Said, hold on here, Justin. I'm going to, off the fence, dug out a potato, came to him and said, okay, Justin, this is going to work. Let's do this again. This time, put the potato in your Speedo. The lady's going to like that. So he did. Walked down the beach, strutting away, and get to the end of the beach, and none of the ladies liked it, and they're laughing even harder. Damn! I took him beside the woodshed, I guess. And I said, Justin, wear the potato in the front. So, anyone here like Trump? I like Trump. Main thing about Trump I like is that he's pro-capitalist. He's really into capitalism. Ever see his tweets? Every letter capitalized. Good on you, dude. So, anyway, I was single for a while, and I had to learn, like, okay, what the ladies like. Well, the ladies like flowers, so I buy flowers for the ladies. And one day, handing over flowers, I realized, what the heck am I doing? I'm handing over severed sex organs of a living creature. Kind of gross. And then I thought, in the sci-fi world, what if we had plant-based organisms that were sentient and went out on dates? What kind of bouquets would they hand out? I can see it now. Big green fella going up to sweetie going, here's a nice bouquet.
Are you guys in? Do you have your audio connected, Randy?
And she goes, oh, thank you. They're so beautiful.
I don't hear you, gentlemen.
Especially large and beautiful.
I'm good to go.
The woman is just wonderful.
I think you're there.
Pollinate. But anyway, I may have said some rude things. I'm into free speech. And remember, if you can't say fuck you, saying I love you just kind of loses its luster. Thank you, everybody. I'm happy to talk about anything you want to talk about.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we have Maxime. Your plane landed. Okay. Can we get him in there? Yeah, he's Max right there.
Yeah. Hey, Makk. Welcome. I'm good.
Okay, let's.
I'll be quick.
Oops.
Hey, Makk. What's the
Jordan,
difference between the PPC and a
Randy.
toilet? Toilet's got a seat.
Oh yeah, thanks so much. Yeah, that's all right.
Okay, we'll come back to that momentarily. Randy, Jordan, nice to meet you, Jordan. Welcome back, Randy. And Randy, I don't think your audio is up. No, I cannot hear you. There, almost. Maybe was that no audio. So our test earlier seemed to work, but no, still no audio. No, still no audio, but I can hear your audio, I think, Jordan. Welcome to
Did you hear the dog in the background?
I did, yes, the howling, the Hound of Baskerville in the background there.
I got 4 big dogs on the front.
I think we've got you now, Randy. Is that you?
That was me.
Now we can hear you. Now we're all set.
Not sure what happened there, but good to see you, Jordan. Sorry I didn't get back in with you. Got a little bit tied up yesterday, and but we'll do some yakking tonight, and it's good to see you in person or in Zoom person, I guess is what we say these days, or something like
I'm
that.
sure I'll see you in person as well.
Well, that's quite an act for you guys to follow. Where just where I'm not sure we should do a review on that, but maybe just give us some thoughts as we head into the to the meat of tonight's event. Jordan, you're an independent MLA from out in British Columbia, and like Randy, sort of cast aside by the Conservative Party, and that's partly why I think you're here tonight with the PPC broadcast, because you kind of bring a different perspective to things. What do you think the PPC needs to do to break through in the next election and get somebody elected to Parliament?
I'm not sure what the PPC is gonna have to do on this one that I wasn't quite cast aside. I more challenged the party when it came to when they chose to actually kick a candidate out or kick an MLA out of the party.
That's true. Yes.
And I challenged leadership that they said that they weren't going to kick candidates out. And when I approached John Rustad and leadership as to how that party was going to work, that we were supposed to be able to represent our ridings first and foremost, and the party second, then he lied on that. The first thing he did was kick an MLA out, and then pretty much lied after that and didn't follow through with his promises. And that's what led to me leaving the party and calling him out on that. And now they're down 5 MLAs, and I think they're starting to see the repercussions. So I think the big thing that a lot of people are seeing with parties right now is that they're not representing what they're saying. They're not following through with what the people want. And I think that's one thing that when I've met Maxime in the past is that he means what he says. And I think that's the morals and integrity means a lot in politics. And that's one thing that I've always stood strong as, especially when it comes to representing my constituents, because I put my constituents first and foremost before anything else.
Well, I just want to say too, I have taken note of some of the things you've been saying, particularly about energy and the way some of the new legislation that is coming forward that you wouldn't think would really impact energy and AI. And I think just some of your insights there are very valuable. I think you are a visionary in that way, where a lot of people, including a lot of people in government, don't understand the relationship between energy, AI, cryptocurrencies, and you're really bringing that forward. So I think that's very important. But let's pivot over here to Randy and just give me your initial impressions here tonight as we go into this event. What does the PPC need to do here tonight?
Well, I think what we can clearly see after 3 general elections, Rick, and that the past strategy has not been effective. I don't think anybody's going to disagree with my simple evaluation of the last 3 elections. And I do think that the PPC offers a substantive and qualitative option for the people in Canada, but they need to get their act together a little bit better, or maybe a whole lot better, if they're going to be a viable choice and option for Canadians to choose from. I don't think anybody disagrees on the policies, but it's more of a political strategy. Canada's a really, really big country. And when you're tackling a really, really big geographical area in politics, you need to start with a beachhead. And that's where I think the PPC has failed to concentrate on establishing a beachhead where they can work from. You know, we've seen this in the past with things like the CCF, the Reform Party, even the Bloc Québécois. Yeah, you know, would they establish a beachhead somewhere and then build from that? And I would say to the people listening tonight, the PPC supporters, is that you know, I think BC offers a great opportunity for the PPC to act as a beachhead. We have seen so much turmoil in BC right now with the land claims, with the threat on property rights and title to people's homes and businesses. We've seen, you know, not that the ostriches are the biggest thing, but there's another little, there's something happening there as well, which you can also tie in with property rights. Here's somebody's livestock herd being removed, being destroyed, and that's no different than having your.
Won't be able to hear. We'll only be able to hear you. Oh wait.
So I really think that the BC offers a really good place for the PPC to focus in on, establish a good ground game, establish some really well organized, local constituencies, and maybe do it in part with these disaffected MLAs in BC, like Jordan, like One BC, because I can be clear that John Rustad is going to kick out a few more MLAs yet. This is not over and done with. So that would be my suggestion. Take a little shot at BC and establish a beachhead there.
Okay, so we have Stephen Makk here with us now. I think if they pan up, just pan the camera up, and we're supposed to talk to him briefly here. I don't know if they realize. Here we are. All right, they're still not quite queued up. We'll bring them back. So yeah, strategy. I guess how do you do that though? Do they need to broaden the umbrella to bring more people in, or clarify the messaging? What do you need to do?
This is not about. This is, clearly there is a problem with it resonating, but I think the bigger problem is in the PPC focusing in on a small area and gain some credibility by doing very well in a smaller geographical area. And that will send a message to the rest of Canada that these people are contenders. Their vote is not going to be wasted. These people can win. So if you focus your attention, and that's what I would do. Like the people in BC right now are up in arms over what's happening to their province. So, and there's other places as well. Alberta obviously is very much passionate about their provincial sovereignty and their oil and gas industries, and credible discussions about 51st state and whatnot. So, Alberta's another place as well, but it's a crowded beachhead right there right at the moment. And I think that BC offers far, far more fertile ground. Listen, if the people in BC can vote in and elect somebody like Elizabeth May, they but there is another good point: making a beachhead. In politics, we often use the metaphors of wars. We have war rooms in our campaigns. We have battleground seats in our campaigns. And there's a reason why we use those metaphors. It's because elections are battles for people's minds, people's hearts, people's thoughts and ideas. But you have to demonstrate that you've got that your credibility is there, that you can win. So
if I can talk on this as well, I think Randy touched on a couple of topics in British Columbia here that originally when I was in the Conservative Party, that I was told to not talk about the ostrich farm. And some people might mock that topic, but it's not just about that farm. That flu is spreading to all different types of animals. It can go to chickens, ducks, turkeys, geese, cattle, pigs, horses, dogs, cats. It's even going to seals back east. This is a scenario where the CFIA can act with an iron fist, and farmers have nothing that they can do right now. This farm has actually gone through provincial courts. They're trying to go to Supreme Court of Canada, and it looks like they could even get trumped there because they now got signed on to international BOA agreements. Now, this is international agreements that they have to abide by for when it comes to the health of our animals. Our farmers stand next to no chance of actually being able to advocate for how we get treated.
You're absolutely right, Gordon. But just let me add in, in the Fraser Valley a few years ago, they killed over 10 million chickens. Okay, the CFIA. Like this has been going on for a while, and those farmers and those ranchers. There's just another one in Saskatchewan recently where a herd of 2,000 cattle were destroyed in Saskatchewan.
But
So
these ostriches aren't even for human consumption.
no,
They're
Well,
not even.
they were, and I don't want to turn this into the ostrich broadcast.
This
but
is
we've
going
got
back over 5 years ago.
we've got Stephen Makk. He's trying to come into the
point
conversation.
Is, just one second, but the point is, it's their property. Their property is being stolen or destroyed.
Well, they were offered compensation too, but you know,
Anyway, that's my view, that there is an opportunity here.
So even going to the land claims that are happening as well when it comes to DRIPA and to UNDRIP, this is going to another international level that we're having to deal with these same agreements and the laws that came in and got brought into British Columbia as well. But these topics are something that the traditional parties don't want to tackle and challenge. And now they're having to somewhat touch them. And I think that's where PPC could actually make a bit of a difference, is if they can actually broach these kind of topics.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Like the land claims issues are paramount for sure and coming to a head. But Stephen, can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you fine.
Finally.
Nice to hear from Randy. I haven't talked to you in a while, Randy.
Good to see you.
Yeah, sorry for all the technical glitches and stuff, but here you are. And we don't have a lot of time because we're going to get into the next portion of the broadcast. But like these gentlemen, what do you think the PPC needs to do to break through and get a toehold into Parliament?
Well, that's a broad question. And there's no one simple silver bullet. I think we need to have a clear, concise message. We have to stick to our values, and we need to get the grassroots to light up and catch fire. That's what has perhaps been missing, and we are working at reorganizing how we do things. And I think persistence pays off. And yeah, there's got to be improvement in the messaging. There has to be improvement in the selection and quality of candidates, and we need to stay abreast of current events and the dastardly things that our mainstream parties are doing in Parliament. But we're a movement that's not just trying to be another party, and we have to be patient and understand that even without seats, we're influencing the conversation. We're affecting how the others are viewing things. We are seeing our ideas being adopted, and we're the I told you so party, I guess, as I joked in my little comedy piece I did. But back in 2019, we were saying mass immigration is a disaster. We were called all sorts of ugly things, and now we represent the majority view of Canadians. Same with inflation and government deficits. Max is an economist. This is obvious. Everyone knows, but nobody listens. The hangover after the lockdowns and CERB and all that, we told everyone it's going to be a terrible inflation hangover, and sure enough, it happened. So I think we're developing some credibility, and persistence pays off, but it's hard. We have values. The others are weather vanes. So we're missionaries. We have to convince the voters. We're not just going to do focus groups and like the other guys. I mean, I joke, if you want to know what Poilievre is going to say in 6 months, listen to what Max is saying today. And then if you want to know what Carney is saying, well, he's a follower too. So there's ways of influencing. But the breakthrough has to be getting a clear message, a unified message, and to never stop talking about how what we do impacts individual freedom. We need Canadians to get their confidence back. It's not our confidence, it's a confidence of the average citizen to believe that they can be the agent of their own prosperity. And if we don't have citizens who believe they can do it, then it's going to be hard for the PPC. But maybe our message should be, yes, you can do it. There are 40 million ways of being a good Canadian, and it's not the government's business to tell you what that is. We need to create as maximum room for growth, and there's no one right answer. No one size fits all solution to just about anything. Hence Max's radical decentralization. We need to decentralize. We need to move power closer to the people and get people confident that they can influence their government and their politicians. But hey, with whip vote parties, your MP's a potted plant or a clapping seal. Doesn't matter. You tell people to engage. Maybe we have to tell them, look, when you have a PPC candidate, we're going to listen. Like, I get along with all my rivals. If I'm an MP, I got to listen to the leftists. I got to listen to the Greens. I got to listen to conservatives. I got to listen to all types of people and figure out where they're coming from. And I need to be able to.
But Steve, hold on. I got to interject here. Yep. Steve, listen, there's nothing that you've said that is a tangible tactic for the PPC to engage in. There's nothing, like that is just a broad-based, generalized view. That's not a tactic. That's not a strategy. And the PPC has to stop thinking about just in general terms. And you've always had good policy that strikes to freedom-minded Canadians. But if you don't have a political strategy and the tactics to go with it, you're speaking into the ether. And this is where you, as I said earlier, you need to pick a place and establish a beachhead so that you can build credibility. It's not your messaging. It is the credibility factor that needs to be focused in on. And credibility comes with success. Credibility does not come from failure. Credibility comes from success. You have to start finding and building a success pattern. That's what voters are looking for, to know that when they cast their ballot, there is a likelihood, a possibility that that vote is going to do something tangible for them to get a member elected. And I think that's where the PPC needs to reevaluate. You've been through 3 general elections now. That's 3 general elections. We need to learn from our mistakes. We need to learn from what we've done. And when what we've been doing is not establishing credibility, is not establishing success, then you have to look at doing things differently. Not just wait for the Canadian voter to come along. You need to go out and motivate that Canadian voter. And I'll tell you, in politics, nothing motivates voters more than success. Right?
That being said, though, Randy, credibility also comes from having strong, credible candidates.
True.
I think that the PPC has been very successful in getting candidates to run broadly across the country in a lot of ridings, but in some of those ridings, maybe the candidates haven't been quite strong enough. And do you guys maybe want to speak to that, and maybe even about, reconfiguring or blowing up electoral district associations and then recreating them again? Is there, there's been some criticism from within the party about maybe too much of that has gone on from election to election, but especially, credibility has to come from the candidates you put forward at the local level too.
Sure. So candidates are important, especially for a nascent or a party that has not had electoral success. It's very different if you're an established brand name political party where people are voting solely for the brand and little for the local person. But Max was here in Ottawa just the other night. We had a packed audience of established, credible people like Regina Wattil, Dr. Wattil, Helen Bruce, Professor Denny Rancourt. Like, there was all kinds of great individuals there. But one of the things that the PPC or any nascent party has to do is establish candidates early. They can't wait for a month or 2 or 6 or even 6 months out from an election. There should be candidate recruitment going on right this moment, and finding out who in those local communities, who are the passionate people, who are the fire plugs. Like, let's go out to Richmond and find out who are the passionate vocal opponents of these property rights violations. Who are the people out in the Fraser Valley who are passionate about defending the farmers and not having their livestock herds and flocks destroyed, and establish and get those people on board and have them as part of their passionate advocacy, also being passionate advocates for the PPC as a solution.
Okay, and Stephen, I understand. So is somebody else waiting in the wings there to steal those headphones from you?
Well,
Somebody's queuing me.
there's some people lining up here. We're a little behind schedule, but I'd
Okay.
like to address some of the things Randy said. I'm not
Okay.
sure what the audience here is, so I'm not going to talk about all our internal secret plans and all that. But I totally agree with what Randy's saying. We need to show some success, and I might hazard to say that we're going to concentrate on more of a few good men approach to put our resources into candidates that can win. And my job in the party is to vet candidates and make sure that who they are of sufficient quality to be independent and stand in front of the public and do a good job. And that takes work. And I totally agree. Last election, we were throwing candidates into the system way too late. It has to be a constant recruiting. We are doing that, and we are going to concentrate on where we can win. Unfortunately, we don't have, like the Greens, that there's an area where everyone's PPC. I've seen some pockets here or there, but unfortunately, the reality is, I think when water goes over the dam, it'll go over the dam all over the place at once, because even though our numbers aren't high, they're kind of even all over Canada. So there is a Canadian unity factor here, and the messaging has to be better. Candidates have to be better, but no one thing. Sorry, I don't have a silver bullet for you. And I agree that I've been talking in generalities here. The generalities and the goals have to be good. And our vision is good. As you said, our policy is good. We need to have a focused message. Maybe not slogans so much, but we need to be focused, we need to be consistent, and we need to be on all platforms. As you know, we have trouble getting onto mainstream media, but I think we are making progress. We had a setback, and that'll sort of separate the amateurs from the diehards. And we're having a gathering here, and there's a lot of enthusiastic people. So we've got to let some other people talk, but I'm out there. I'm doing the messaging myself, and ready to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Well, I'm getting the cue. I think they are trying to bring some other people in.
Yep.
And so let's take a very short break while they queue up our next guest there. And Randy, don't you dare go away. I need your help here.
I got a few more minutes.
Okay. So hang on a second.
I'm going to come to Scuttlebutt Lodge and set you straight there, Randy. In private.
Okay.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right. Thank you, Stephen. Great to talk to you, and we'll be right back, folks.
Yeah.
You are watching live coverage of the People's Party of Canada 2025 State of Our Nation Gala on Maverick News.
And we're back. And I think they're getting somebody else queued up. I'm not sure who. It might be Vincent Gircys, who's involved with the Helen Grews issue. Do you want to maybe brief people on what that's all about, Randy?
Well,
I know you're familiar with it, right?
It would be great to have Vince on tonight. Vince is a great freedom advocate. He's a former OPP, retired, been a stand-up man all through COVID. And Helen Grews is exemplifies the integrity of the Canada that I grew up in, Rick. She was an Ottawa police detective, I believe that was her rank. And she noticed, and she was in the child protection side of the Ottawa police as an investigator. And she was hearing and seeing, and she was evidence that young children were succumbing to injuries shortly after getting the COVID vax. So she began investigating, as what we would expect from somebody with integrity. Sees something wrong, let's investigate and see what's going on. And as a result of her integrity, she has been vilified by the Ottawa Police. She has been subjected to the law fire, like so many of us, for doing our jobs and doing it honestly. Her disciplinary action is not fully complete yet, but she has been found guilty of discreditable conduct or something to that effect. And but the sentencing or the punishment has not been levied yet, as far as I know. But there's she was out at the Ottawa Victory celebration with myself and Max and many others the other night, she really is just a fine example of what it is to be a Canadian.
Yeah, so I guess we're not getting a new guest coming in. That's not going to happen. But Vincent Gircys is the next speaker up in a few moments. So we can circle back here, and maybe you can elaborate a little bit more on what you were talking about with regard to strategy, because we didn't really get into a lot of specifics there, but that is really at the heart of what tonight is all about, finding a way forward for the PPC, right?
Yeah, and one has to be critical in their evaluation of themselves if you want to do better. Like I said, there's been 3 general elections now that the PPC has engaged in, and we've not found success. So now's the time to be critical. It's not the time to just say, well, we'll keep doing the same thing and let's hope that something better happens next time. No, you have to put a plan in place. And as I said to you, Rick, like we've seen other parties develop and find success, like the Reform Party. They established a beachhead in Alberta with a simple message that the West wants in. Okay, nice, clear, simple, that spoke and resonated with the people of Alberta. And lo and behold, they found success with and they didn't try to contest all the ridings in the country. They were focused in Alberta and Saskatchewan and a little bit in BC. They didn't want to represent the people in Quebec. They didn't want to represent the people in Newfoundland. They wanted, but after they established that beachhead, then they grew, and they grew beyond Alberta and into Saskatchewan, BC, and even into Ontario. And that's what that beachhead gives you to do. Once you get established as a credible voice and a credible option, then that also allows you to broaden out your message to others. But first you have to get that beachhead. It's just like in the Second World War, we landed on the Normandy beaches. We didn't try to take all of Germany, Italy, France, and everything on one day. You establish a beachhead and move and progress forward. And that's where I think, like, out west with BC is today a good, viable strategy for the PPC to do.
Why BC? Is it because of the demographics or the political culture out there?
Well, there is a culture, a far more willing culture to accept new parties. We saw that with the Conservatives in the last provincial election. And the So-Creds were historically, at one time they were a nascent party as well out in BC. So I think there still remains a better independent-minded culture in BC. But I think because of this, in politics, you have to look beyond your front yard. You have to look beyond today's events. And you certainly don't want to just look at what happened yesterday and last week. So, I think this property rights problem in BC is going to be with us for a number of years. And it is really getting people upset, as you can well imagine, Rick. If you feel that the title to your home and your business is threatened and will be removed from you, that's a powerful motivator. That's going to get a lot of people off the couch if they understand that their home is being threatened. So that's where I mean, and I think you can dovetail that with the CFIA. So these are passionate advocates out there, and they're motivated, but they don't have a political home federally. One BC is carrying the flag now as a nascent provincial party out there on these subjects. And that allows for a great alliance. One BC and the independent MLAs out there carrying the flag provincially. But who's going to carry it federally?
Well,
nobody.
Yeah, and I mean, this is an issue that is steeped in political correctness. It's globalism, the use of UNDRIP and the integration of that into our laws. UNDRIP itself not binding, loosely written. I think the language is just so broad. It's a terrible document from a legal perspective. But then for the government to then pass legislation here in Canada to then make the unilateral decision to integrate it into our system and force, all legislation to comply with UNDRIP, that now is what's driving a lot of this.
Dangerous. Like, we are becoming a vassal state to these supranational organizations and these supranational treaties. And I don't want Canada to be a vassal state to anyone. But again, that's where these things are all complement. You can start off with the property rights, and you can broaden that out and allow and help inform people about how these attacks on your property are jeopardizing yourself, your home, jeopardizing your children and your grandchildren's future, and that there needs to be somebody and a voice in the Ottawa Parliament to defend that, because the Conservatives aren't going to do it, the Liberals certainly aren't going to do it, the Greens aren't going to do it. They're tied at the hip with the UN in this agenda. The NDP as well. There's nothing that the NDP loves better than another international treaty to spend money on. And
the Liberals have run toward this thing. They've embraced it. They've amplified the effects and the legal.
So how many homeowners are in BC, Rick? How many homeowners are in BC that they'll put away their brand loyalty? They'll put their brand loyalty off way into the back if they see somebody who is going to advocate that they keep their home. So
you're right there. That the issue alone is enough to drive the whole party forward, right?
Absolutely. I would think that there's be a few million voters, a few million people who own homes in BC that would love to vote for somebody who is going to make sure that their home is not taken away by some UN treaty or some provincial adjunct to a UN treaty, and who will actually defend their interests. But that's just one example. And there could and there are other examples. We're seeing a very, very significant buildup of opposition in rural Ontario, southern rural Ontario, especially with the temporary foreign workers and the labor market improvement. So, with this unlimited immigration, that's a potential beachhead as well. And that's where you've got to focus your attention. You got to focus your armies where you can get that beachhead established and gain that credibility. That's the advice from the backwoods of Lanark County from an electrician who spent too many years in politics and prefers cutting, splitting, and stacking wood now than being in politics.
See, are you not going to run again? You're not going to get involved on that level?
No.
Well,
But I do. I'm engaged in the public policy forum. I speak out, but I've spent enough time away from home over the years, Rick. I can help out in other ways other than just being a candidate.
Well, just this little personal aside here. You have a place called Scuttlebutt Lodge, right?
Yeah.
There was an old guy, Red Fisher.
Yeah.
Red Fisher just lived up the road from me
Oh,
here.
is that right?
Yeah, up in Wallaceburg, where he said was the greatest fishing in the world, at Mitchell's Bay. And I ran into him a couple of times, and it was a privilege to meet him. And so every time I hear about Scuttlebutt Lodge, I think about Red Fisher and his old TV show, where of course they would spin up old fish tales.
Well, as a kid, I used to watch Red Fisher at Scuttlebutt Lodge. So there's no this was a flagrant plagiarism. But as we know that imitation is the highest form of flattery, and so.
Well, Vincent Gircys is about to join the broadcast here from the podium, and they're telling me that he's almost ready to step up, and so I'm gonna throw it to you to kind of give the little intro for Vincent again as we wait for him to take the microphone.
Well, as I said earlier, Vince is a stand-up man, very, very active during COVID, attended so many No More Lockdown rallies and so much else. He's a former OPP sergeant, retired. It was a pleasure, and I was proud to be able to stand with Vince at Henry Hildebrandt's church down in Elmer, Ontario, and on many No More Lockdown podiums around the province. So Vince is a good one, and he is like so many others, a man of integrity and conviction and principles. And I'm glad to see him here in Burlington tonight. But I'm going to have to be cutting out shortly, Rick. And I hope you guys have a lovely evening in Burlington and on the live stream. And we'll take it from there and see you next time.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Randy, for helping out with this broadcast tonight. An honor, a privilege to sit next to you on the video screen. And we seem to have lost Jordan there along the way, but it was.
I don't know what happened to Jordan.
But it was a treat to have him on too, and it was great to meet him. And I look forward to doing this with you or other things down the road in the future.
So let me just add in. So there's that other thing which is different in BC that we're not seeing in other places is you have all these MLAs who have been given the heave-ho by Rustad or disenfranchised with Rustad. And as I said, I think there's going to be more of them. So I think there's a good, how should we say, obvious alliance and an ally there with One BC and the PPC.
All right, we're going to go live now to the podium. And Randy, thank you again so much.
We'll see you again soon.
All right, take care.
Bye-bye.
And we're going live back to Burlington
Tell
now.
them what happened?
Absolutely. Thanks.
Here we go.
Yes, I've gone almost 2 years now without
This
pay
is
for
Lisa Robinson
standing
up there with
for my
Michael
side.
Bader, I believe.
Almost 2 years. As a city councilor, as an elected official, almost 2 years without pay for every time I open up my mouth. But I want to tell you what happened today. It was very moving, and I just want to share with you because I want everybody to know that nobody is alone, and just the smallest thing that you do can change somebody's life. So I'm in Shoppers Drug Mart today because I threw my back out, so I was getting some Robaxin set. So I'm standing there, I'm waiting to speak to the pharmacist, and all of a sudden I see this Muslim man, and I see his little daughter. She's got the hijab on, and they're talking about getting the vaccine, the COVID shot. And so I don't know what compelled me to, and I've never ever done this before. I mean, I'm very open about everything, but I've never been so bold in a store to go up and speak to somebody. So they're talking about getting the shot, and the guy's got all those papers there because she wants to become a nurse. And she doesn't want to get the shot. The dad doesn't want her to get the shot either. So I just walked up behind her like this, and I said, "Please don't do it."
Why not?
And she looked at me, and I said, "Please don't do it." And I just said to her just a couple of things. I said, "You don't know what's in it, for one. For two, there's a lot of problem with children right now. We have athletes that are having heart attacks. We have girls that, have now become infertile." And I just said a couple of things like that. And then all of a sudden her dad turns around. I'm thinking, oh no, here we go. Right? So the dad turns around. He's like, "What's going on?" And I go, "Please don't do it." I said, "You don't know what's in it." I said, "Please just don't do it." He goes, "I don't want to do it." He goes, "I do not want my daughter to get the shot. I've never had the shot. We went all through COVID." And I said, "That is awesome." And then all of a sudden, the girl that's coming out, the nurse or the person at Shoppers Drug Mart, she's like, come on, let's go in the room. Let's go in the room. And the daughter's going, I'm still talking to the dad, and the daughter's going, "Come on, Dad, we got to go. She's here. She's here. We have to go. We have to go." And I said, "Please don't do it." My son and his girlfriend were there, and all of a sudden they left, and I went, I tried my best. I tried my best. They weren't in there for more than 30 seconds. Score. I gave the guy my phone number. I gave the guy my phone number. I said, "I will do whatever I have to do. I will sign an exemption that you can take for your daughter so she can go to school, but she will be exempt from getting the shot." And so I give my phone number. No sooner did we leave Shoppers Mart and I get this message. "Hi, Lisa. I have no words to say thanks to you, and it's proven God is great. Amen. I was praying for help, and He sent you as an angel at the last door entrance." He said, "I'm going for my prayers with extra special prayers for my daughter to protect her again, and for you and your family to always be blessed and to keep you safe and healthy." Isn't that amazing? One person just having the courage to speak up at the right moment. And I was waiting for backlash. I'm like, oh, what? Maybe he's going to start yelling at me. But you know what? They've taken my pay for 2 years for speaking my mind. I don't care anymore, right? I'm not going to not speak up for something that I know is right and in my heart of hearts. So I just want to share that story with everyone here today. It takes one person to change the world, and we can do it. And of course, with a leader like Maxime Bernier, we've got this, guys. We've got this. Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much. I'm so happy that you've decided after 4 years to come on out this way. But thank you so much, and you keep up the good work there. You keep up the good work. Now, Leah, let's give her another hand. She's easy on the eyes too, so there you go. Oh, big fan, big fan. Now, there's also a couple other people in the room, and I hope I get some other people. But there's a guy that I really respect, and he helped so much with the Oakville Trafalgar. You remember that Busty Lemieux thing? And I got all those people to come down. Well, it wasn't just me; it was a bunch of leaders, and one of my friends, Derek. And then, could you just stand up? I just want people to know that Derek Newton's out there. Just give him a hand. And there's another lovely lady And Barbara Burrows has done so much, very much work. Barbara, if you could stand up, maybe just she's been now in Burlington. You know that we had to find your tribe. We're trying to make sure people are not left alone, just like Lisa. So it seems like all of us are trying to get together. So thank you for that. We also have Michael Alexander. He's been fighting a lot. Let's give him a quick one there. Quick one. And then my friend Mario, he's a candidate. He's got to stand up. That's Mario. And then we got. I don't want to miss anybody. We've got another candidate. Oh, where's that Pam and Makk guy? Here, why don't you, Pamela? You stand up. She's been in a lot of riding, and so I just wanted to give a shout out. Obviously, the speakers that we invited, they're awesome. And then the one last person, there is one more guy that inspired me. He was with the Mama Bears from the very beginning, John Spina. You've been really great. Just stand up. For me, anyways, I don't know if anyone else agree. Now, if I told everybody and I kept going through the list, there would be so many people. But are our volunteers here from the election as well? There's a few of you. So who helped me in the election? Can you stand up? Just stand up. Let them know who you are. Let them know. A few of them couldn't be here. There you go, Jed. Just, it takes a village to make a difference. But as Lisa said, one conversation can change a person's life. So thank you for that. Now, okay, we have a guy. This is a retired policeman. So he kind of knows how it goes. Thank you for your service. I believe 32 years. And he's been following the Ellen Russ case, that injustice. I'm very proud. Vincent, can you come on up here? We were dying to hear what you got to say. Diana. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. I want to first start off by thanking Michael so much and Maxime. I'm giving tremendous credit here to the entire party and the candidate of this area for having the courage to reach out and bring people up here to speak to you about very difficult issues that nobody else wants to speak about and that are critically important in this country. So I was going to cover two different issues here, but I'm going to narrow it down to one. You'll see the Deprived Justice banner is on the screen here, and that is a podcast that I host every Wednesday evening on Rumble on the Deprived Justice channel. I do so with a gentleman by the name of Donald Best. Donald is a former Metro Toronto police sergeant. He and I are now working together on a number of projects that I'm going to discuss that are really important. I have to say that what we have experienced in the last 5 years is something that I thought was going to go away after 3, and we would get back to some form of normality. But we have not, and we don't believe we will. I believe that the deeper, the more we find, the more troubled we become to see just how terrible things really are in this country. Now, I'm going to lean on a bias towards the justice law enforcement system because over the last 5 years, I have probably come into contact with more police officers across this country than I have in my entire career of 32 years. And somehow with the Deprived Justice podcast series, we have police officers reaching out to us from across the country with concerns that we're already aware of, concerns that are far more vast than we ever imagined. Now, I started my career in 1982, and that was the first year that the Canadian Charter of Rights had come out. I believe I was the first graduating class to graduate with training in the Canadian Charter of Rights. The preamble to the Canadian Charter of Rights says, whereas Canada is founded upon the principles of the supremacy of God and the rule of law. The first component of that is the spiritual one, and the second is a judicial one. And we've heard quite a bit over the COVID year about the issue of the supremacy of God. Well, quite frankly, we have neither a a priority anymore on the supremacy of God or the rule of law. And we can prove that. I'm specifically going to adhere to the issue of the rule of law because there is no enforcement strategy behind that statement. And the manner in which the Supreme Court of Canada deals on those issues is horrific. They claim on the issue of God that this is a preamble that is not a right. And on the rule of law, the problem there is that the rule of law can be broadly defined on many terms, but to narrowly define it would be that your rights and my rights, the way you get treated in the judicial system and the way I get treated in the judicial system. And if Maxime Bernier were the prime minister of this country, that we would all get treated the same way within the judicial system. And we have seen far too many examples of where that is not true. Now, this is a photo that you're looking at. This shows it was recently taken on the Toronto Metropolitan Toronto Police website for Canada's Most Wanted for violent crime. It is a rather long, extensive page. This is just the beginning portion of the page. And these individuals are the most violent people in Canada. And I have to tell you that statistically, your chance of coming into contact with one of those individuals is extremely, extremely rare. I think you'd have to be hit by lightning twice before you would come into contact with one of those individuals. But these individuals affect everybody in this room. They'll affect every single Canadian in a very negative way. Our quality of life is diminished considerably as a result of that type of rule. So I was going to dedicate a segment on violent crime in Canada and home invasion, but I just want you to know what the real concern is that you need to be aware of. The story I bring to you today is one about a detective from Ottawa Police known as Detective Helen Gruce. In 2020, at the onset of the pandemic, when the vaccines were first rolling out, Detective Gruce had been selected years before as an expert in the SOCA unit of Ottawa Police. It's a very prestigious unit to work in. It's a very tough, demanding unit. SOCA stands for sexual assault, child abuse, and it takes a very special kind of officer to work in that department within the police service. And of all police services across Canada have SOCA units, Detective Helen Gruce was the only member in Canada that was made aware by other members that there was a spike in the infant death rate in the Ottawa area. And that is something that people in the SOCA unit take notice of. It is their job to investigate. The problem is the assigned officers who were investigating the spike in sudden death syndrome to these infants. The manner in which the infants died was in the parent's arm. It wasn't that they were found in the crib. This was death in the parent's arm. It's highly unusual. So Detective Gruce started asking questions that the other investigating officers chose not to ask. And in doing so, she began asking questions of the vaccinated status of the mothers associated with these infants. As a result, Ottawa Police Service became aware. Now, I have to back up a bit. When she became aware of this issue, she accessed the database in the for the police database relative to the number of incidents. She prepared a report. She took it to a meeting and presented it to Chief slowly. She was concerned. She brought it up before the chief. But at that time, the Freedom Convoy came to town, and then the chief was no longer, and there was a change in leadership. Detective Gruce continued to look into the matter and had provided Ottawa Police Service with actual factual data to support her grounds of concern. She was pulled off the investigation. She was harassed. She was surveilled unlawfully. She was wiretapped. She was mistreated. She was berated. And having been pulled off that investigation, she was then charged with discreditable conduct because other members of Ottawa Police Service notified the CBC that there was a rogue officer in the station conducting an investigation that she was not authorized to do. Now, this was in 2020 and 2021. In 2024, the Comprehensive Ontario Police Services Act was changed. And the change in the Comprehensive Police Services Act now requires police officers in Ontario to receive permission from their supervisor before initiating any criminal investigation. That was not a law that was in place back in 2021. Detective Bruce has gone through a 3-year-long disciplinary trial and was recently convicted of discreditable conduct for something that she had every right to do, that she should have done, that nobody else did. And this all centers around the death of infants and her concern resulting from that. As a result, during her sentencing hearing, the decision that was released from the adjudicating officer in this disciplinary hearing was about a 35-page long legal report. And within that report, the hearing officer stated, as a matter of reason or rationale behind the finding of guilt, that an investigation of this type could have negative consequences or ramifications in the political sphere. And therefore, she should have asked for permission before she did the investigation. Now let that sink in. Getting back to the rule of law, that is a complete violation of the principle of the rule of law. Detective Helen Bruce should be able to investigate politicians, people in civil service, and even within the higher levels of the police service if she or any other member finds evidence to suggest that there is inappropriate criminal activity that is taking place. She is the only one that sounded the alarm bells. And as part of her disciplinary tribunal, during the process of the disciplinary tribunal, the inspector who oversaw the Professional Standards Bureau of that agency, the one who initiated formally the complaint against that officer, had threatened her before she was able to testify on the stand. Her lawyer made a formal complaint to Ottawa Police Service about witness tampering, the obstruction of justice against her. And Hugh O'Toole, the inspector in charge of professional standards, subsequently left the service. This matter is not over. Sentencing is not yet complete. And what has happened is that all of the expert witnesses that she had lined up to testify on her behalf were not allowed to testify. So during the final sentencing hearing now, there is an opportunity prior to the sentencing being passed that members of the public are able to submit an affidavit, a sworn affidavit, providing information in favor of the detective, indicating why a harsh penalty would be a negative, an unnecessary negative consequence. In doing so, numerous people have submitted affidavits in favor of this officer. Those affidavits total about 1,000 pages right now. Those pages were given to the prosecution, defense, which is the chief's lawyer. And it is my belief, I have not seen them, but it is my belief that embedded in those affidavits is a substantial amount of scientific data to indicate what Detective Helen Bruce knew all along, that these vaccines were neither safe nor effective in pregnant women. That information now is sitting on the lap of the chief of Ottawa Police, and he is going to have to make a decision of what to do in the next few months. So as a result, a number of police officers have formed together and come together, and we have started something called the Bruce Justice Project in an attempt to restore the rule of law in Canada. How are we going to restore the rule of law in Canada? Well, first of all, we are going to systematically record every event where the rule of law is breached in Canada to identify and show where it's breached, how it's breached, and who is responsible. And one way we're going to do that is we have initiated a process towards producing a documentary film on the Detective Helen Bruce story. The trailer for that documentary has already been filmed and will be out shortly, I believe within the next week or so. This matter is one of the most important matters in Canada because it ties clearly issues between a detective trying to do her job, the police service which intervenes to shut down an officer who is investigating why infants are dying, the ties to our federal and provincial health agencies, the ties to the pharmaceutical industry, and how it all comes together. The story will be told in this documentary. I ask that you support the Bruce Justice Project because when the trailer for this documentary comes out, this will require public funding, and depending on the level of public funding that's received will determine just how vast the scope of the documentary is going to be. And we have every intention of making sure that this documentary reaches the Toronto Film Festival and international spaces across the globe. This is one of the worst stories I've heard of. So I have to conclude then just by saying that there are a number of other cases, not involving infant deaths, but other cases of deep corruption that has embedded itself within the law enforcement systems in this country, tied to our judicial system, tied to our political system. I have heard from numerous police officers about these issues. And if we're lucky enough, if the NCI, the National Citizens Inquiry, which will be convening next week in Winnipeg to finish covering the issue of our children safe in Canada, it will reconvene in 2026 on a new subject. I do not know what that subject is, but there is a possibility it will delve into our law enforcement and judicial system. So I thank you for your time. I wanted to pass on the fact that there are numerous officers that are coming together across the country that are reaching out, that are interested in telling their story, that are interested in whistleblowing. And I believe that our time has come in Canada for new leadership in the government. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. So it's very nice to know that we do have a lot of people fighting on a lot of different places, and it's going to take a lot of leaders to do this. And I'm very proud of Vincent for being one of those leaders. Let's just this one more time. You guys stood up, but I really like that. I really love people that do that. Now we're going to take another little short break so we can go to the washer. You can bid on the silent auction, except against the hoodie that my wife wants. Just sit down. Don't do it. It's going to cost me. But we'll be back in about 10 minutes. So, bathroom break, get another drink, have a chat, and then we'll be back with our next speaker. Thanks very much.
Okay, and the next speaker up is going to be Jeff Evely from Nova Scotia, PPC candidate and political activist who was arrested at the Freedom Convoy and also recently arrested for walking in the woods.
You are watching live coverage of the People's Party of Canada 2025 State of Our Nation Gala on Maverick News. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Let's bring Vincent Gircys in live. And here he is. Hello, sir. Well, thank you so much for joining us on the program tonight. Powerful speech.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on.
Yes, since the pandemic and since this Helen Grews issue has come to light, do you think there has been any progress made in addressing the breaches of the rule of law? I mean, I have the Constitution. I keep it right beside me all the time. And, the challenges have largely been dismissed by the Supreme Court, not heard at the Supreme Court level. Section 1 seems to be a big problem. Is that at the heart of what has led to with what happened to Helen Grews, or is it a larger issue that is systemic in nature within law enforcement?
Oh, I believe it is a much larger issue. Helen's story is an easy one to unpack because everything ties to her story. She's sort of the hub of the wheel. But the contact that I've had with officers from across the country on different issues, RCMP issues, OPP issues, I have to say I'm extremely disappointed in what I'm hearing. I worked in law enforcement for my entire career, and I feel at this point I must have been very naive in what I was missing. There's no question that the scope of what we're dealing with here in Canada requires some type of a royal commission or a public oversight body with whistleblower protection to be able to get to the heart of this issue. It is so vast. I believe it's like an epidemic from what I can see.
Is it an issue of corruption, or is it a systemic thing? Is it the way the law is written? Where's the heart of this, or is it all of these things that have become distorted over time?
I think the junction of this in most cases is the politicization of the law enforcement services, whether it's provincial or federal or even municipal. They are so tightly tied to political influence. And I see by way of appointments of chiefs and other people that these working relationships that have developed, I understand there needs to be professional working relationships, but law enforcement needs to work independently of political decisions and interference. And there's no questions that that is becoming the new norm. It's becoming the norm for politics to guide law enforcement investigations and process. And that's a complete destruction of the rule of law in Canada at this point.
So you found a voice here tonight through the PPC and also through our platform. How can people find out more? Do you have a website or someplace where people can go?
Well, Donald Best and I are spearheading this, and we do a podcast every Wednesday night at 9 p.m. on Rumble called Deprived Justice. You can hear us talk about these issues on deprived justice. But when it comes to this specific issue, this biggest issue we're dealing with, which is the Helen Gruce story, they can see the website at the Helen Gruce, the grucejusticeproject.org is the website, grucejusticeproject.org, and they'll be able to navigate their way through the website. And as the trailer for this documentary comes out, it will be posted on that site and everybody will be notified.
Okay. And what about the political side of this? Is there something that the PPC should be doing, could be doing? Is there political action that people can be taking, or even at the individual level? What's your advice to folks?
Well, first of all, you have to become familiar with the nature of the story. And it's not a short story. It's a very long, complex issue. But when you see the details associated with the story, there's no question that it's very disturbing. So in terms of the Gruce story, that will come out in the documentary. And I think that'll be a great way for the majority of Canadians and people internationally to see the details. And we will be providing on the Gruce Justice Project website all the details associated to the trial, all of the transcripts that are available, all of the evidence that was produced, how the process worked, and the detailed stories, most of which has already been documented by Donald Best and is available now on his website, donaldbest.ca. But this is a hard story to understand, but there are many more stories that are going to be unpacked that are coming from other police services. It's very troubling.
How much autonomy does an investigator like a Helen Gruce normally have in determining what to investigate? Is it common practice for an officer to say, and is it their obligation even to identify something like that or act upon evidence like that?
Well, in this case, the detective Helen Gruce was conducting the investigation on her own. I don't believe she had any other support.
Right.
But she had provided information to the chief. The troubling part here that you have to understand, or our viewers need to understand, is that there was overwhelming evidence that she had right from the beginning. She was shut down. Now, it's one thing to shut down an officer, but to shut down an officer when infants are dying and not pick up the investigation, not to reassign somebody else, not to look into these issues, that's the crime right there.
Yeah. And I guess from the beginning, and there was censorship issues, YouTube, censoring your voice, her voice, the voice of other people who had these concerns, the voices of parents and families even. Is that still an ongoing problem?
It is. And as a matter of fact, through a number of FOIA requests that were received that we're investigating now, there's no question that the health agencies were working together with police services and were utilizing social engineering techniques to increase uptake of a product, of the vaccination product, when the safety signals were already going off. And we see the timing that they knew this was a dangerous product and they continued to push it. This entire issue, though, is not a vaccine issue. This is a corruption issue.
Yes, I understand. We're kind of losing your video feed there. I can still hear you, though, Mr. Gircys. Is there anything else you'd like to add or think that we might be missing here tonight with regard to this issue? Anything you want people to know or think about?
I think once people see the trailer come out, I think they need to do a little bit of homework, look at the Gruce Justice Project website, read some of the content, and then financially support This documentary, this film is going to tell the story with all the people involved. And it's a story that needs to be told around the world.
And where will they see this preview or this trailer? Is it on the websites, on YouTube, on Rumble, all over the place?
It will be posted on the GruceJusticeProject.org website, and then it will be shared around social media as far and wide as we can. If anybody sees this, please pass it on to your friends, family, and other audiences and contacts.
All right. Vincent Gircys, thank you so much for joining us on the program tonight.
Thank you.
You are watching live coverage of the People's Party of Canada 2025 State of Our Nation Gala on Maverick News. Maverick News. Fighting for freedom.
You've seen him on this program. You saw him at the Freedom Convoy getting arrested. You saw him walk in the woods and get a ticket. Jeff Evely is up next. And you're not going to want to miss this one because it's also, an important story. Controversial in many ways, and the approach that he's taking, right in the face of authoritarianism. But how far do you go? Well, Jeff's going to address that tonight, and we're looking forward to what he has to say. Stay with us.
You know, someone very profoundly once said many years ago that if fascism ever comes to America, it'll come in the name of liberalism.
Well, I think it's time we ask ourselves if we still know the freedoms that were intended for us by the Founding Fathers. If we lose freedom here, there's no place to escape to. This is the last stand on earth.
The entire world is watching.
Every dictator, every crazy dictator in the world is watching. The world is watching. On TV, the entire world is watching. On social media.
But the entire world is watching, and yes, they are seeing what we have apparently bravely been willing to say that others are thinking.
Stand for freedom. Literally stand for freedom. Let's get this done. The entire world is watching.
We're at war with the most dangerous enemy that has ever faced mankind in his long climb from the swamp to the stars.
Maverick News. Maverick News. Maverick News.
Let me have more control of my own destiny.
The world is watching.
Okay, they are getting everything queued up in Burlington, Ontario. At this, the live coverage of the 2025 People's Party of Canada State of Our Nation Gala. And for those of you who might want to know, it is still no score. Top of the third at the Rogers Center in Toronto. Game 7 of the World Series. Blue Jays 0, Los Angeles 0. It's another nail biter. We'll find out who comes out on top in this World Series event tonight. National pride at stake here as Canadians cross their fingers. Okay, stay with me. We're going to come right back. I think they're just about ready with Jeff Evely, who's about to take to the podium. In fact, let me just bring this up. Do we have audio with this? Not quite. All right, we're monitoring. We are waiting for the feed to start. Stay with me. Almost ready.
Maverick News. Expose lies and tell truth. The world is watching.
We're going to go back live and join the stream
Gentlemen,
there. Here we go.
I know you guys are having a lot of fun. We're just getting ready for our next speaker. So if you can kind of settle in a bit. And then for us today, I don't know if you know this about the gala, but our gala has people from Alberta, from Halifax, and back again. And our next guest is probably our farthest guest this year. We didn't make it out to Victoria or anything, but we have a Cape Breton boy up for you next. And guess what? The guy goes and walks in a forest, right? Oh, I don't know if I'm stealing his thunder, but the quick Cole's notes on the next guest. 2023, all those magical fires. Michelle and I are in Kelowna. We get evacuated. We split the Whistler. At the same time that was going on, there was fires raging in Quebec. There were fires raging in Nova Scotia. So he went to take them to court, and you know what they said? They said, no, sorry, no standing. Oh, are you the Trump judiciary? I have no standing. So you know what he did? He went out. The second that guy put that ban out there, he ended up going, you know what? I'm going to get standing. Hello? I'm going in the forest. And he would do funny stuff like illegal forest, legal forest, ticket. So I'm really pleased to introduce to you a good friend of mine, retired veteran. He's got all the check marks. Let's give it up for my buddy Jeff Evely.
Hey, thanks very much, everybody, and thank you so much, Michael, for running points on this and for hosting me in your home so graciously as you have, and to everybody who put so much effort into this event. I've done a few of these things over the years, so I know a lot of work goes into this, and it's always a gong show on the day that it's going on, but that's just the way it is. Okay, so like Michael said, my name is Jeff Evely. I am a 20-year veteran of the Canadian Armed Forces. I retired in 2021. And I basically did a combat role out of the military and right into the freedom movement. So I've been probably busier these last few years than I was my entire career. Yeah, so this is me. The day I received my fine, I actually called ahead and made an appointment to come in and get my fine. I made it nice and easy for guys that I was engaged with, and I think a little bit of professional courtesy went a long way. Now is a good time to kind of take the temperature down a little bit, and I think things are a little further with this one as a result. So, pretty pleased with the way things have turned out so far. And this is my favorite headline. This was from the Halifax Herald. And the headline is, if pedophiles have a charter right to loiter by playgrounds, the Nova Scotians have one to walk in the woods. It's actually the precedent that my legal team is using from the 90s, where the police were told they couldn't shoo pedophiles away from playgrounds because they had a right to be there. So I love my legal team. Thank you, JCCF. And it's been a pretty wild ride these last couple of months. This is one of those times when I can't tell if the time is going by fast or slow. It feels like 2 months ago was 5 years ago, and the convoy was like 2 months ago. So Yeah, sign of the times. And I made headlines with this particular case, which was my intent, from my local paper, which is the image on the right, me reading the paper. The first time they printed a story about me, I was 18 years old. This is the very first time they've ever said anything positive about me. So I was pretty pleased with that. And over on the right, we have an article from the Hindustan Times in India. So this went global, which again was my intent. And in the center, we have me shaking hands with James O'Keefe. I just did an interview. And I did want the attention of the Americans on this one. So I really appreciate James. He actually made the trip up to Cape Breton to try and get a fine himself. It didn't quite work out. But it actually made for some good footage. He was happy to get that angle as well. There's a obvious level of apathy on the part of the people in charge of enforcement. So I think that made for a good angle as well. And I just did an in-studio interview with him in his studio in West Palm Beach, Florida, 2 weeks ago. So that should be coming out any day now. And the sign that we're standing in front of here that he has in his office, it's a really cool office. It says, shame the devil. And I think that's how we win. I think that's what we need to do is the problem here is these people have no shame. And so it's up to us to give it to them. So this is a quote from my boy, Marcus Aurelius. I read the Meditations of Marcus Aurelius every morning with my coffee. It helps. I recommend everybody do so. And what I take from his writings, he was the last good emperor of Rome, and everything just kind of fell apart after he died, just like in Gladiator. And he would go out to watch the sunrise every morning and meditate and write in his diary, which was never really intended for anyone else to read, but it is available on Amazon today. And what I take from his writings is that his struggles are my struggles. He suffers from all the same fears, all the same anxieties as I do. And as he's coaching himself before he heads out to face another day of ordering the heads of barbarian chiefs brought to him, these are the kinds of things that he says to himself. The best revenge is not to be like your enemy, or as I like to say, the sweetest revenge is just being a better man. So that I think is like people have been asking me how it is that I managed to keep my cool while I was dealing with some of these enforcement officers the way that I did, and this is what it is. I think we we need to be very smart about this. Generations of unborn Canadians are counting on us to be wise as we make our way through these tumultuous waters. And so I think it behooves us all to take a page on Meditations of Marcus Aurelius. This is me, since everybody seems to want to know all of a sudden. In the center here, I'm actually, this is supposed to be a professional photo. I'm in studio, and this is the photo that's going to hang on the wall outside of the office at work because I was the sergeant major in my last unit. And I decided to do a picture with my phone of me doing a little kissy face, like I'm a male model or something, and put it on my Facebook and said, "Eat your heart out there, Zoolander." So, and we gotta have fun. This is something I learned in Afghanistan. Is that humor is a coping strategy for humans, and it took me about 2 weeks off the plane to really figure it out. But you wouldn't believe the things that you hear fly out of soldiers' mouths in a war zone. The only thing blacker than Carney's heart is a soldier's humor. And that's what people are doing, is they're adjusting to their circumstances, and they do that with humor. And it gets darker and darker the darker the times get. And so I know some guys that actually had some trouble when they came back from overseas, kind of reflecting on what they had said while they were there. And they're troubled by that. But what I would say to them is you shouldn't be. I mean, you're human. You did what you had to do to get through it with your psyche intact, and you didn't do any harm to anybody. Jokes don't harm anybody. So we're going to win this war with memes. Tyrants can't take mockery, and it's good for the soul as well. Beyond that, I just kind of put a collage of pictures together. So I did 20 years in the Canadian Armed Forces, deployments in Afghanistan, Iraq. I spent 4 years out of country working with NORAD. I was a single dad for the last 10 years of my career. I coached mixed martial arts, boxing, junior girls cheerleading, softball. I helped homeless veterans off the streets of Ottawa for the last 3 years of my career. And most recently, I took a walk in the woods. Pretty standard left-wing media response so far has been that we live in a society. Well, you know who else lives in a society? North Koreans. You know who lived in a society before that? Nazis. And I was raised that we have a civic duty to stand on guard for thee, to make sure that our fallen veterans' ultimate sacrifice was not made in vain. And so that's what I endeavor to do here. What is it all about? Well, leave something better for the next generation. It's Camper's rules. I can't think of any better purpose in my life to just leave something better for the next generation. And that was the spirit in which I went to Afghanistan. I'm not a combat vet. I was a support trade, like 9 out of 10 people are in every war. But the idea was it would be one less war that future generations would have to fight. Mind you, that sacrifice has been wasted by Joe Biden, but that's a reflection on him, not us. And as things stand right now in Canada, my son, I'm pinning a new rank on him in his Junior Marine Corps ROTC program while we were in the United States in that picture. And he is 28 now, and he can't buy a house. He has a newborn baby at home, and I don't see him ever being able to buy a house. My daughter, on the right, coached her cheerleading for 3 years while we were down there. She's 22 now, and 2 weeks ago, she went to Montreal and had her breast chopped off. That happened on Wednesday, as far as I know, and on Thursday, I went to a gun grab protest. Friday, I drove to Ottawa, and I went to a PPC New Gen dinner on Sunday. So I'm never going to stop. And this is my newborn baby grandson. So he was just born into slavery. He's never going to own anything. He's going to spend his entire life working for the betterment of other people, and he's never going to have a life of his own. All of that labor belongs to the state, and I am on a mission now to avenge my daughter and emancipate my grandson. And I did want to note as well that there are these significant factions, I think, within the populist movement who will never believe a word I say because my grandson is Jewish. My son took up Judaism when he was in university, probably to rebel against his dad. Really know or understand, but he's a very good man, and that's all that counts. And it is really a grand shame that so many people will never believe a word that comes out of my mouth, because I was the guy who told Pierre Poilievre all about puberty blockers for children, cross-sex hormones for adolescents, double mastectomies for 14-year-olds, and vaginoplasties and phalloplasties for 18-year-olds. This is the email that I sent to his office and Goldie Kamari's. This is an email chain that went on for quite a while. I told him everything. I had a conversation with him, like he says right here at the bottom, when he replied to me after our conversation on the 22nd of January, 2021. I was his constituent in Ottawa. I voted for him in 2015. I voted for him in 2019. In fact, I even went and put a lawn sign in my yard in 2019 because I thought the situation was so dire at that time that I was willing to take a court martial for it. And then when I called him and asked him for help, he blew me off. And not only that, he went ahead and voted for that conversion therapy bill 3 times. That bill would put me in jail for what I did to try to save my daughter. I would face a 5-year jail sentence, and it is illegal to parent in Canada these days. Don't even get me started. You know what else he did after I co-organized the 1 million March for Children nationally and brought that fight to his doorstep? He got up in front of the video cameras and said, "What's all this stuff about puberty blockers? I don't know anything about this." He knew because I spent a half hour on the phone with him, telling him personally. So this is a war. Make no mistake about it. And if you don't believe me now, I believe you will by the end of my presentation. So how do we win? Well, Sun Tzu wrote The Art of War in the 5th century BC. He said, know thy enemy and know thyself, and thou need not fear 100 battles. Fear the results of 100 battles. And the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without any fighting. So it's a clandestine war, it's an invisible war, it's a silent war, but we've already suffered more casualties than all the wars of the 20th century combined. And the biggest challenge that we have, is convincing people that we are in a war. The Art of War got an upgrade in the 90s. It's called Unrestricted Warfare. It's based on leaked Chinese military documents. They were written by 2 colonels, Kiao Lang and Wang Shengsu. It's available on Amazon. And this is a summary of the tactics that they endorse. It's based on a lot of their observations of how the Americans operated in Iraq. And its entire intent is to take down the United States and the West more broadly. In China, they play Go, whereas in the West, we play chess. So we tend to fixate on capturing a single key piece, something like a capital city. Second World War ended with the race to Berlin, after all. But in Go, it's about capturing all the pieces, dominating the entire board and making it so your opponent can't even move. So that's why we see a lot of the same trends across the Western nations right now. Just a few points on here. The couple of tactics they use: cultural warfare, psychological warfare, economic warfare, financial warfare, media warfare, weaponized migration, and lawfare. Sound familiar? Yeah, you bet it does. And any of the above methods may be, can't read that from here, may be combined to achieve a desired outcome. They also talk about co-opting supranational organizations. Co-opting elites is something that Sun Tzu talked about as well, but this upgrade is about supranational organizations. They name specifically the EU, the IMF, the World Bank, and in their own words, the biggest of them all, the UN. And what do we see coming out of the UN? SDGs. So they set up the SDGs. Sri Lanka got on board right away, 2015, and not to be outdone, Canada signed on later that year because we are the most virtue signaling country. And Sri Lanka collapsed in 2019. The Chinese have a massive international port in Hambantota there, right off the coast of India. They're basically surrounding everybody, and they have a 99-year lease on it. That's the maximum that can be allowed under international law. They basically own the country, and now neighboring countries are doing everything they can to bail them out because they didn't even go to the IMF. They went back to the Chinese to get their bailout. So they're on the hook, and as you can see, we're going down the tubes financially as well. Now, the parliamentary budget officer already says that climate change is hurting us. So they're really driving this stuff, and it's all for the purpose of weakening us from within. Whatever it is that's coming out of the UN right now, whether it's coming out of the IPCC, the WHO, I would add the WEF to this list as well. Whatever we see coming out of these institutions, whether it's replacement migration, whether it's condemnation of Israel, or whether it's the carbon narrative, I mean, all of it is for the purpose of divide and conquer. Thankfully, we have at least one political leader in this country with the courage to call it out. So here is Maxime, and he says, I tweeted this about the coming climate lockdowns during COVID. 3.5 years later, we're there. Nova Scotia's fake conservative premier in Houston started the trend with his tyrannical ban on going into nature. So Maxime is calling this out in 2022 during our pandemic lockdowns, And, I mean, great job, Maxime. Like, that's right. And we are going to win the war with memes. So this came up while I was engaged in this particular effort to embarrass Houston. It turns out that they never even stopped spraying glyphosate while this woods ban was on. Glyphosate is an herbicide, it's Roundup. It only allows for soft wood to grow because that's what the Irvings want to make pulp in New Brunswick. And what happens when you do that is you end up with a lot more dead foliage on the forest floor, and conifer trees will burn much faster than hardwood. So the risk of wildfire goes up exponentially when they're doing this. So is it really about fire? And this is me tweeting out the latest from the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms. And the thing is, as Michael mentioned, not many people are aware, but this happened in 2023 as well during the wildfire season. Then they banned it from the woods, and at that time, I submitted a judicial review, and the judge didn't award me standing. Now, the Crown tried to have it dismissed on mootness because by the time it got to court, the bans had already been lifted, and they also argued against standing. And basically, the judge said that because I'm not a lawyer, I can't have public interest standing, and because I wasn't fined, I didn't get private interest standing. And even at that time, I stood in open court, and I said that was Kafkaesque, as in Stalinist, as in I have to commit the act of hiking in order to find out whether it is legal. In a rule of law society, we should all understand exactly where the lines are. And on that case, I have just a quick quote here from the court documents that I've got a screen capture of there. And it says, this is what the judge wrote. It says, Mr. Evely filed a notice of judicial review on July 5th, 2023, about 2 weeks after the ban was lifted. Mr. Evely says that the issuance of the proclamation was not reasonable. He says that nowhere in the record as filed is the rationale for a province-wide ban on entry into the woods discussed. He argues that there was no mention of the investigation of the RCMP in Pictou, indicating that some of the fires there have been caused by arson. Mr. Evely notes the response in Alberta, where Premier Smith brought an additional arson investigators from outside of that province. He says that with respect to Nova Scotia, quote, this strongly indicates a lack of professional standards in implementing the ban and a lack of interest in addressing the root causes of the fires. The level of apathy on the part of our public officials leaves Nova Scotians vulnerable to future disasters. And I was right. And then I went on my campaign of humiliation against Tim Houston. Here he is on the news, and I'm tweeting about this. And I'm saying Nova Scotia fined me $28,870.50 for walking into the woods in order to mitigate the increased risk of wildfire associated with my sneakers. Tyrant Timmy Houston was asked on 13 August 2025 whether he had banned the spraying of glyphosate on Nova Scotia's forests in order to mitigate the obviously increased risk of wildfire associated with all the dead foliage it creates. His answer, I don't know. In other words, he didn't. And from there, it went over to Susan Holt. Now, what's interesting about this, many people have commented that it seems like they started to change their behavior in response to my little media campaign here. Here's Susan Holt, and she came out after this started and said, okay, you're banned from the woods. It's not because your sneakers cause fire. It's because if you break your leg while you're walking, then we're not going to have the resources to come and rescue you. So it is a resource issue. It's a mismanaged issue. We have this on the record now. And when I tweeted about that, I said, CTV National News interviewed me yesterday about receiving a fine for $28,872.50 for walking into the woods. Judy Trin put a good quote from the conversation for that report, and it was a pleasure speaking with her. In Nova Scotia, citizens are banned from the woods because the more people that are in the woods, the more likely a fire is to occur, according to a fire prevention officer. In New Brunswick, citizens are banned from the woods, not because more people lead to more fires, but because emergency response teams are too busy fighting fires to rescue them when they break their legs. Nova Scotians are fire hazards, New Brunswickers are klutzes, both need babysitting. The paternalism of the guilty conscience, central to the essence of totalitarianism, is on full display in the Atlantic provinces. From there, it went back to Tim Houston, tap dancing around all this stuff. And he came out and he said, okay, so it's not that sneakers cause wildfire, but what if you got lost in the woods and found yourself engulfed in the flames of a wildfire? I don't think anybody wants that. And so I tweeted about this with a map, a screenshot of a map from my house to the nearest wildfire. And I said, I would like to thank our dear leader, Tim Houston, for helping me to see the error of my ways. Were it not for his overbearing paternalism, I might have gotten lost in the park by my house and accidentally walked my dog for 8 days to find myself engulfed in the flames of the nearest wildfire. You see how we're going to win with mockery? Yeah, and the first video I did was actually in the park by my house. They had taped off some of the trails, gravel trails, and not others. So COVID vibes galore, no right reason to any of it. You know, I'm going to stand on it. Like he's saying, I can't walk my dog in the park by my house because the risk of wildfire is too high. It's absurd. Oh, I think we skipped ahead here. All right. So here are some other tweets that I put out there. Basically, I just want to show that that pressure works, and it's not the rank and file, as far as I can tell. It is the leadership. All of these fire associations are complaining about the lack of leadership, the misuse of resources, the lack of resources, and the inability to utilize their volunteer fire departments appropriately. So it is a management crisis. We're seeing the same thing, I think, across all of our institutions. I just saw one from another police service there yesterday where they were coming out, and the unions are coming out and saying we've had enough of this mismanagement. So yeah, just keep the pressure on. Pressure works, and we need to embarrass these people properly. This is Alexander Solzhenitsyn from the Gulag Archipelago. He says, the simple step of a courageous individual is to not take part in the lie. The lie that he's talking about is called Vranya in Russian, and it's basically the lie that they all agree to participate in. It's impolite not to. And I see that same trend taking place here in Canada too. It's very impolite for you not to participate in this mass lie. Well, this is how totalitarians enslave you. It's 1 inch at a time. So from here on, you've got 1 more inch. This is Socrates. He's the father of the Enlightenment, founder of philosophy. His enemies were the sophists. He said the sophists were those who make the weaker argument stronger. Sound familiar? He fought a war with Sparta. Sparta could be aptly characterized as proto-fascist. He served his city-state of Athens in the foreign war with Sparta, and as a midlifer, he found Athens occupied by Sparta. During that time, he was still in the military, and he was ordered to go out and effect arrests. When he was ordered to effect the arrest of Leon Salamis, he knew him to be a good man, and he refused to carry out that unethical order. Now, the 30 tyrants who had tyrannized them during that time were overthrown before Socrates could face trial. After that, he went out into the marketplace questioning the experts. And it all comes down to my favorite question: how do you know that? People don't like when you ask that question, but this is what Socrates did. He went out into the market, he put them all on the spot. And the thing is that when you ask this question, how do you know that? What you will find is that most people are basically full of shit. And for that, Socrates was tried by a jury of his peers and sentenced to death. This is a painting of him receiving the hemlock. It's a poison with a numbing agent for a merciful execution. and he accepted his fate. Here's a quote. He says, "My plainness of speech makes them hate me. And what is their hatred but proof that I am speaking the truth?" So, hate speech. Socrates narrates the story of Plato's cave in the Republic, and in this story, there are prisoners in a cave who observe shadow figures on a wall that they believe to be the real world. One of these prisoners escapes the outside world, and he realizes that the world inside is all a fraud. When he comes back to tell the others that the real world is outside, and what they're looking at on the wall is a mere reflection, an inversion of that light outside. It's a shadow, an inversion of the light, and they hate him. They hate him for saying it. Here's George Orwell. The further a society moves from the truth, the more it will hate those who speak it. He wrote an epic dystopian novel called 1984, in which not sophistry, but newspeak is practiced. So it's basically the latest iteration of sophistry. And the world that he thinks is real, he realizes is actually an inversion of reality, where the Ministry of Truth, where he works, is actually the Ministry of Lies. It's the Ministry of Propaganda. It's modeled on Stalin's Pravda, which is Russian for truth. So these two men, living thousands of years and thousands of miles apart, lived out the same life cycle. They served in a foreign war when they were young. With Orwell, it would have been, he fought the Spanish in World War I, fascists in Spain. And in their midlives, they found themselves occupied by their foreign adversaries, where Europe became occupied by the fascists and bombed Britain, and Socrates was occupied by the fascists of his day, the sophists of Sparta. And they both told dystopian fictions, The Cave in 1984, of an inverted paradigm. This is me. I served in a foreign war when I was young in Afghanistan. I'm living through the civilizational crisis as a midlifer, occupied by the Islamo-fascists, among others. And I will write the ultimate dystopian fiction following the occupation. Just on a side note here, Socrates, when he was ordered to effect that arrest, and he refused that order, he was the sergeant major at the end of his career. This picture of me on the left is my sergeant major picture. It goes up on the wall inside the elevator at work. So it's part of a natural cycle. It's called a saeculum. That's what the Greeks would have called it, ancient Greeks of Athens. Right now, it's about 80 years long. Historically, it's been about a century, but it seems to be getting shorter. Just like a regular year, the saeculum means great year, by the way, but like a regular year, it has a spring, summer, autumn, and winter. And respectively, these times are when strong men bring good times create good times create weak men create hard times create strong men. So what I like to impress upon people, because I see a lot of blackballing out there these days. I'll tell you what I used to tell the troops. When the chips are down, there's two things you got to remember. Number one, it's only temporary. Whatever it is that you're going through, it consumes your entire world right now, but this too shall pass. Number two, it can always get worse. So whatever you do, don't make it worse. So here we are, present day. It's World War III. Russia, China, Iran seem to be the key players. North Korea's in there too, and a few others, proxies and the like. And this is 2025, so it has been 81 years since D-Day. 81 years before that was the Battle of Gettysburg, and 82 years before that was the colonial triumph at Yorktown, the climactic battle in the American Revolution. So we're due. This is the year of the climax, in my assessment. It's called a fourth turning or crisis era. Happens every 4 generations, and it lasts for a generation. But the good news is we've only got about 5 years left. So the strategy now, I think, is to mitigate the damage between now and about 2030. We should be trying to do as much as we can to make sure we have something from which we can rebuild once the crisis is over, or once the crisis is over. And I'm seeing a turn. I've seen a shift in the last little while. After the death of Charlie Kirk, brutally assassinated for simply speaking the truth, they will hate you if you speak the truth. They will absolutely hate you. This is Calgary, where thousands of people went out to commemorate the death of Charlie Kirk. And I think he's basically following the example of our forefathers, like Socrates, who accepted their fate, who went out there and did it anyway, who knew what he was faced with. And now we're looking at a revitalization of American values, Christianity, Western values, philosophy. So things are going to start to turn, I think, right about now, and we're going back on the opposite. We won't get the momentum going until about 2030. When people are waking up, things are starting to shift. This is the definition of leadership from one of my Canadian Armed Forces manuals. Leadership may be defined as directly or indirectly influencing others by means of formal authority or personal attributes to act in accordance with one's intent or shared purpose. And I think that's what we see across the board. So many people are scrambling to take up the mantle of Charlie Kirk and keep this movement going. And here is the man himself. He says, if you believe in something, you need to have the courage to fight for those ideas, not run away from them or try to silence them. I think it behooves us all. I think it behooves us all to abide in the words of the great Charlie Kirk. Examples in history that I would cite as well. This is what our ancestors have been trying to tell us, as far as I can tell. They've been trying to warn us about these crisis areas and what to do, what not to do. Here we have Jesus on the left, Lucifer on the right. Jesus leads a peaceful revolution, a passionate revolution. He accepts his fate, and the future is brighter for it. Lucifer on the right, he leads a violent revolution, and he's cast into the abyss. So Socrates and Jesus and Martin Luther essentially set the same example. Martin Luther, for example, he knew that he would be outlawed, and he was, for nailing his thesis to the door, which meant that anybody could kill him. So for speaking the truth, they want you dead. But he accepted his fate, and he did it anyway. And this is courage defined. It's, you know, you're going to face personal consequences, and you do it anyway. Everybody's afraid. That's kind of what people have been asking me. How is it that you're not afraid? And what I tell them is, I am afraid. I'm afraid like everybody else. But I know that to be courageous, I have to overcome that fear and do that right thing anyway. Examples of self-sacrifice from our current crisis era. Tamara Lee. She knew damn well that she was going to be arrested and face all kinds of legal consequences for what she did. But she stayed anyway. This is Chris Deering, one of my veteran brothers, who was at the monument with me during the convoy in Ottawa. He actually left. He was going to go home and take a shower or something, and he found out that the cops were coming. He turned around from his trip to New Brunswick. He turned around, came back to Ottawa, just so he could go down on the line with me, shoulder to shoulder with me, and get his ass kicked by those cops. I was the guy in the red hat shouting at them, and that's probably the reason that it made the news. This was the section that they actually blacked out from the Public Emergencies Commission. It's pretty brutal. But he knew that. He knew that that was what he was going into anyway. He did it anyway. Billboard Chris, Antifa broke his arm, and he just keeps going. And what does he do? He keeps his cool. He's collected all the time. It's not, you know, you gotta set the ego out of it. Follow your mind, never your heart. Like I said, generations of unborn Canadians are counting on us to be wise people right now. James Topp. He knew he was going to be court-martialed for what he did, and he took a stand anyway. Sheila Annette Lewis. Garnet Harper, those who paid the ultimate sacrifice, lest we forget. So these are the 4 cardinal virtues of Stoicism. This is what I endorse: courage, discipline, wisdom, justice. And I would say that every one of the aforementioned examples embodied those virtues. Our ancestors developed a system for us to resist the totalitarian impulse. This is Aristotle. He developed logic. He basically identified every style of BS that these people will throw at you. Now, people are still adding to this lexicon, but logical fallacies. If you could memorize about 10 logical fallacies, you can beat any Marxist, any sophist in a debate, and this is how we win. Here is Thomas Sowell. When you want to help someone, you tell them the truth. When you want to help yourself, you tell them what they want to hear. And this is me. I have a very frank manner of speaking, but it's on purpose. It's disarming. They can't take it. And here is why you people have your heads up in masses. On the top panel, this is the reality of life on Earth. It's a constant state of war, non-stop bloodbath the world over. This, what we're living through right now, is an anomaly that can end at any moment. And what we are experiencing right now is what it is like to be in other places in the world. Places have been torn apart by civil war, totalitarian society. That's what every one of the veterans who showed up at the monument with me said was, I feel like I'm in a war zone. It's like we can sense it. So this is the totalitarian impulse. It creeps in about every 4 generations. And the way we get through it is keep our cool. Okay? Our ancestors developed this stoicism, logic, and we persevere. Self-sacrifice also, I would say, is the absolute ultimate in this regard. And that is the spirit in which I went into the woods. I knew I was going to get fined, but based on these examples, the lesson that I am taking is you defy that tyrant, you let them do whatever it is that they're going to do to you, and you make sure the whole world sees it. This has been going on for a very long time. Here's Isaiah. Woe to those who call evil good and good evil, who put darkness for light and light for darkness, who put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. It's opposite land, just like we're living through now. Any questions? So what I would say is this is something that's been going on with we humans since we were hunter-gatherers. It's not new. I think that many of our ancestors in many different eras did the best that they could to capture the lessons of their crisis era for us to benefit from when it's our turn. And this is something that happens once in a human lifetime. It's just our turn to rise, and so we might as well rise to the occasion.
Good job, Jen. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. I hope I did a lot. You did good. All right. Hey. Check it out. So that is a great piece of inspiration for every single one of us. You know that people here are fighting all in their different ways. So what we need to do is stand together. We have a slight break, do some housekeeping, and then we're going to get to our main speaker. We have 10 minutes, then the silent auction will close. So these are your last bids. We will announce the winners after Maxime's speech. So you have your last chance to go around the back, go to the washroom, talk to your buddies. We'll be back in 10 minutes, okay? So don't go too far. There will only be 10 minutes. Thank you.
All right, and we will be back right after this.
You are watching live coverage of the People's Party of Canada 2025 State of Our Nation Gala on Maverick News.
The information war is raging. Truth without integrity is worth nothing. Maverick News. Because those who have power and those who seek it must be held accountable.
The world is watching.
Join our family of truth seekers. Donate today and add your voice to the chorus of Maverick Knights. Donate at maverickdonations.com. Truth. Integrity. It's the Maverick way. Maverick News. The world is watching.
The sharing of biased and
False news has become all too common on social media.
More alarmingly, some media outlets publish things that simply aren't true without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
In an ocean of lies a century deep, the truth awaits. Choose not the red pill. Choose not the blue pill. For both are an illusion. Discover the power of M. The power of individuality. We are Mavericks, we are the way to the light. Fear not the storm. Join our quest for truth. Truth will set you free. Maverick News. The world is watching.
And we are in the process of getting Jeff Evely lined up for his post-speech interview. And with that, let me just pivot over to this for a moment, and we'll be back with Jeff Evely, I believe, on the other side of this.
Maverick News. The world is watching.
Indeed, the world is watching, and it's 3-1. Blue Jays still leading, top of the fifth. And here's Jeff Evely. The world's watching you now. Jeff, welcome back to the program, sir. Glad to see you're still
again, Rick.
Glad to see you're still out and roaming about in a semi-free country and not behind bars. What's the status of your court case, or whatever it is with your walking in the woods thing?
So the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedom stepped in to provide my legal defense. They've submitted an application for judicial review in my private interest. And the Canadian Constitution Foundation has also submitted an application for judicial review in the public interest. So we have two different civil liberties organizations with two separate lawsuits, one private interest, one public interest, both of them going to court on the 3rd and the 4th of February. So I think that's about as good a shot as we're ever going to get.
Okay. And the outcome of this, I guess you're hoping it will set some sort of legal precedent?
Certainly, I hope it will be at least one step on the path back to the rule of law here in Canada. I'm not a lawyer. I should definitely prefix with some of that. But my read of the Forest Act of Nova Scotia is that it's ultra vires. So maybe we'll get that struck down and set an example for future politicians to follow, that they are subject to the same rule of law as the rest of us.
So this issue, do you think that this is something that I was speaking with Randy Hillier earlier and Jordan Keeley, and the conversation turned to what does the PPC need to do to break through in the next election? Randy was suggesting a better strategy is needed, more credibility, but it's also about what issues a party decides to focus on, to campaign on, and also what forms the platform for the party. Is this an issue, or is this something that could help even you as a candidate in the upcoming election? Will it resonate with voters?
I don't know that like my judicial review case would be like an election issue. I think it would bode well for me and for the PPC brand that I was the one who took the heat for this one. I can tell you that in Cape Breton and Nova Scotia, there seems to be overwhelming support for what I did, despite the online trolls. I have had people come up to me in the park and in public places just to shake my hand and say thank you so much for what you are doing. We did a lot, I think, with this initiative as well to embarrass these politicians. They're humiliated on an international stage, and that was my intent initially. Insofar as like key election issues for the PPC, it's fundamentally the same platform as it was in 2018. And we have the same principles that we had then too. And I was able to say even during the last election, on the debate stage, like I'm the only one that has a platform here. Nobody else released it. So I'm very content with the platform itself. I tend to focus in my messaging on the harms that have been done, especially children, especially Gen Z, who have had the Canadian dream absolutely robbed from them. They're going to be slaves to the system for their entire lives, working for the benefit of other people and never being able to enrich their own lives themselves. So I think that's the kind of thing that is really going to resonate, especially with young people. They've been absolutely shafted throughout all of this. Now we have Carney telling these young people who have already had their childhood sacrificed, their education sacrificed, their psychosocial development sacrificed. They can't seem to get jobs. Their employment has been sacrificed. Their education has been sacrificed. Their health has been sacrificed. And Carney just came out the other day and said, you need to sacrifice more. I think it's incumbent on every leader. This is not my thought. This is a fundamental principle of leadership, but it is incumbent upon every leader to safeguard the well-being of the people in their charge. And that is why none of the people purportedly leading this country are actually leading this country. They're not leaders, they're demagogues and con men.
In the last election, a lot of people said, got to vote for the Conservatives, got to vote for Polyev because the PPC doesn't have a chance or won't make a difference. This is something that after 3 elections now, it's that same argument that keeps popping up. Do you think that public attitude will change going into the next election? How do you gain traction and finally get 1 or 2 people elected to Parliament?
Weak men bring hard times, and the Conservatives have failed to the last 4 elections, and their key strategy in the last one was to cry about the fact that somebody else was running, that there was another party running, somebody else to compete with. So they need to man up and be at least as manly as the Liberals. The Liberals aren't whining and crying about the fact that there's an NDP and a Green out there. This split the vote narrative, It's a propagandistic narrative. It does not bear itself out in the statistics. We saw as soon as they brought Carney into the Liberals, all that support that Poilievre had gained went right back to the Liberals, which just goes to show you that it's a unit party. It goes to show you how similar those two parties are. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So I will put that to the voters. I would say they fooled you last time with this garbage narrative about splitting the vote. And look what we got. We got more of the same because it's a uniparty. So don't vote for the uniparty, vote PPC.
The issues that I think are front and center or top of mind for voters right now, that for Canadians, are 51st state, trade, the economy, jobs. We lost your video there for a moment. Hopefully you come back. I'm sure we can still hear you. We've been having this little bit of a technical glitch throughout the night with this particular camera. But are those issues that the PPC will address foremost, or will it be these cultural or these culture war issues that you'll continue to focus on?
I think, well, politics is downstream from culture, and we have a war in the culture and a war in the politics. So if we're going to stem the war in the politics, then we need to keep one foot in the cultural battle space as well. But insofar as like the 51st state, that was a straight up fear and hatred campaign, and it worked. So I hope we will take the lesson from that. It went all the way up to 1984. It was just that Trump was Orange Goldstein on the telescreen, so everybody was encouraged to seethe and project all of their pain and fear onto him, and it was very effective. Now, we were the only party that didn't go elbows up. The entire uniparty went elbows up. Now we have 13 countries who have already signed great deals with the United States, and our tariffs just went up. So, way to go, slug forward with your attempted disinformation campaign into the United States in the middle of the World Series. The elbows up crew decided that in order to get Donald Trump to be nicer to us, we should be mean to him. And they're the only ones in the world who did that, and it's been a complete disaster. So how about we get somebody in there who has a clue how the world works for a change?
So in your view, you think the ad was actually deceptive and took Reagan out of context?
Oh, it took him out of the context of the fact that he had already imposed 100% tariffs on over $300 million worth of Japanese semiconductors. So he imposed the tariff. He went out and gave a speech. And as if that context being stripped out weren't enough, they reordered the statements of the speech to make it appear more anti-tariff than it actually was. And then they'll try to fixate on, oh, he did it temporarily. The tariffs were still in place when the Bush admin came in. So right up until the end of Reagan's presidency, those tariffs were still in place, and they were gradually reduced as the irritant was resolved. The irritant at the time was they were dumping a bunch of cheap electronics in there. We are dumping fentanyl and terrorists into the United States, and we're giving our closest friend and ally the middle finger. Like, where is our fentanyl czar? Where is our border czar? What do they do? Melanie Jolie and Sean Fraser are out there every day. Nobody's talking about the primary irritants that led to this tariff in the first place. And other nations are making concessions on things, like South Korea made the concessions on access to agricultural markets for American farmers, and one of the other ones that they're asking of us, but they got a 10% reduction in their auto import tariffs. We got a 10% increase. So yeah, you're not gonna. Yeah, this is the guy, Donald Trump. He's not going to come away from ending 7 wars in 7 months and dealing with China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, the Muslim Brotherhood, the Chinese ethnic triad, the Sinaloa cartel, and the MS-13 to be like, excuse me, Doug Ford and Gavin Newsom, could you please stop being mean to me? I'll do whatever you say. So these guys, again, they have no idea, I don't think, like how to engage in geopolitics, how to negotiate, how to build relationships, and it shows. We're all paying the price for it.
Just you're talking geopolitics here. Just throwing this out, what's your view on what's going on around Venezuela right now?
Love it. Yeah, I mean, Venezuela is one of these basically vassal states for China, where Maduro is essentially a drug dealer, and they have been emptying their prisons and flooding the United States with fentanyl. It seems like a lot of the caravans that we saw where there were massive millions of people coming up through South America, walking apparently like thousands of miles in their flip-flops. They weren't really walking, they were being transported somehow. And the picture, I think, is starting to take shape of exactly what was going on. Weaponized migration, by the way, is drug warfare and weaponized migration are key lines of attack in China's unrestricted warfare strategy. And they like to use proxies. They don't like us to know that they are the ones who are actually attacking us. They'll use proxies like Venezuela, Iran, and the ethnic triads who are bringing the fentanyl in and being at the direction of Chinese intelligence. So we've never faced an enemy like this before, and I feel much more confident in our ability to overcome this challenge with the great Donald Trump at the helm.
And what of Max? What advice do you have for your leader tonight as he prepares to take to the microphone? What needs to be done to get that breakthrough in the next election?
Everybody should just do what I say. No, I think
I'm not afraid at all now, Jeff.
So seriously, I think for the next election, I think that this is a really good time to do a compare and contrast. We tried to do it on messaging the first time, but now we have actual results that we can point to. We can show everybody, like, look, this is where the elbow up guys got us. Pierre was elbows up, and these the only serious people we have, the only people I think who are not in the progressive cult and hate everybody who's outside the progressive cult, that's us. I said it multiple times during my local debate. There were 7 candidates on the stage, and they would go through a topic, and then I would say, you see how they all broadly agree? They're all saying the same thing. I'm the only one who's different. Going into that campaign, nobody in my area knew who the PPC was, but everybody knows us now. So I'm a lot more confident going into the next election that they're going to be a lot more interested in what we have to say and a lot more attentive to our ideas.
And as we get ready for Max to come to the microphone, can I get your thoughts on property rights, land claims, UNDRIP? These issues coming to head, like in Richmond, BC, and I think we're going to see this issue spread right across Canada and rapidly at this point, I would say. What are your thoughts?
So the Russians in particular have been running this colonialism narrative nonsense in the Middle East and Africa since the end of the Second World War. I think the Chinese have probably picked up on that as well. I see it looks more like a Chinese psyop to me with the whole Kamloops mass grave hoax. But yeah, they delegitimize Western governments using this particular psyop. It's how they were able to destabilize multiple colonies in Africa, for example, whereas Rhodesia under British rule was the breadbasket of Africa, and now it's just another commie shithole with Zimbabwe is the name of the country now. It has everything to do with them coming after the resources and essentially enslaving populations. And they're running the same psyop here now. So the purpose is to erode our rights, delegitimize our governments, our systems, our way of life, and effectively rewrite our history. I think you can relate to that.
Yeah, well, and speaking of history in the making here, one way or the other, 3-1 still Blue Jays over the Dodgers, bottom of the 5th. And Max is about to take to the podium. So with that, I'll just throw it back to you for a final thought here. Jeff, anything you'd like to add tonight before we throw it over to Max?
I don't watch sports. I don't generally concern myself with trivial matters, but I think that we got to get back to being the West. We are North America, and there has never been 2 closer allies in the history of humanity than Canada and the United States. NORAD is actually the only permanent binational command structure in the history of the world, and it still exists today. It's a very special thing that we need to preserve, And, my ancestors did it for me. They sacrificed to provide me with the opportunities and what is still one of the greatest lives ever lived in the history of life itself. I owe it to them to pay it forward for future generations. So this is our time, and we might as well rise to the occasion.
All right, Jeff Evely, thank you, and good luck with your court case, sir.
Thanks, Rick.
All right, take care. And we're going to go live back to the main hall now as Michael Bader
Monsieur, can you
Maxime
guys give it
Bernier.
up for Maxime Bernier?
Merci. Thank you, Michael. As you know, that's a great evening. I'm very happy to be here tonight with you guys. I want to speak about. I can listen to myself. It's okay. So I want to speak to you tonight about two things. First, freedom. Second, truth. And you are here tonight because, like me, we all together share the same values, the same ideas. We believe in freedom. We believe that we must speak about the truth. And we believe in love. Yes, love. Love for our country. Love for our fellow citizens. And as Jeff said a little bit earlier, we are in tough times right now. It is difficult for us to tell the truth based on facts and science. And yes, the last election was difficult for the People's Party. We didn't have the result that we wanted. We worked hard. And what happened? We wanted to have a real discussion, a real national discussion at the last election, a real national discussion on the challenges that we face as a society, a discussion about immigration, the impact of mass immigration on our standard of living, housing, our social tissue, the fabric of our country. We knew that 65% of the population are on our side against mass immigration. That's why we thought that would be our election. We have 65% of the population on our side. Let's speak about that. They will know that there's only one national political party that is ready to fight for them. But that was not the case. That election was about who will be the best one, the best leader to manage Donald Trump. That was not an election. That was a referendum on who will be the best one to have a trade deal with Donald Trump. That was the only subject of the electoral campaign. So we fought and we have the result. But it's a new beginning for us now. Yes, we lost 700,000 votes, 700,000 Canadians who did vote for the People's Party in 2021. They decided to vote strategically. They wanted to get rid of the Liberals. They told me in my face during the last election, Maxime, I'm a founding member of the People's Party. I love you. Yes, I don't like your accent, but that's okay. I love you. I voted for you in 2019. I voted for you in 2021. But today, at this election, I cannot vote for you, Maxime, but I'll stay a member of the party. I will still donate to the party. But, I'm afraid of the liberals, and I need to support Pierre Poilievre. So there's about 700,000 PPC former voters who did that. And now they understand that it is not working. When you don't vote for what you believe, you won't have what you want. And so they will come back, and more people will come back. And we have a great team here with Michael and all the volunteers. We have a big challenge. The challenge is to tell the truth, but also for our supporters, for our voters, to do like our candidates all across the country, like Jeff, like all our candidates across the country, who decided there's a risk. There's a risk to speak based on your convictions during this time. Because, society right now, it's not the one that we had 25 years ago. Our society is sick. When the elite and our politicians are saying that a boy can be a girl and a girl can be a boy and they can have a transition, and that's mainstream, that's crazy. That is crazy. So we are seeing that very dangerous philosophy, wokeism, globalism, and we are the only party that is fighting against globalism, for patriotism, against central planning, for radical decentralization, against the elite, for the people, because we are the people's party. We are fighting for you because we know that when our fellow Canadians, when we give them the opportunity and more freedom and more liberty, you'll have a better country, you have a freer country, you have a more prosperous country. And we have faith in people. We have faith that you have the ability to do what you want, to achieve your dreams, if we gave you only one thing, more autonomy, more freedom. And it's not the government who will solve that. It's not the liberals, it's not the conservatives. They are doing politics by survey and polling, not by conviction. They don't have any convictions. The only conviction that they have, they want to be in power. They want to govern you. They want to be able to tell you what is the best for you. And that's why they're doing pollings and focus group. But we don't do that. We don't believe in that. So you may say, Maxime, why are you saying that? You don't want to listen to Canadians? You don't want to know what they think? You don't do any polling and focus group? Yes, you're right. I don't want to know what the manipulated Canadians who are manipulated by extreme media. The public opinion has been manipulated with the news, with the ad coming from government. Like during COVID, 65% of the population during COVID saying it's okay with the lockdowns. It's okay with the vaccine passport. That's why we were the only political party standing up for your freedoms, because we knew that was not the solution. But you need to have the courage of your conviction. So doing pollings or focus group is not important for us, because we know that the truth will always prevail. It's a question of time. It's a question of convictions. And when Michael is door knocking, speaking with Canadians, that's the solution. That's why I believe that the future for the People's Party will be bright. And the next election will be better than the last one and the first one, because more people realize right now that there's what the conservatives or the liberals are offering you, that's not the real solution. It's a band-aid. When you have Pierre Poilievre saying that it would be okay with a deficit of $42 billion, that would create inflation. Inflation is a hidden tax, and we are paying that inflation tax right now. So Poilievre and Carney and the NDPs, the Bloc Québécois in Quebec, it's all the same. So what we need to do is a peaceful revolution. And that's happening. More people now are questioning. When you are poorer and poorer and poorer with that inflation, you cannot buy a house. And you need to have at least 2 salaries to be able to have your family. Something is happening in our society. And people are questioning now the mainstream narrative. So we were not, the flavor of the month at the last election because we didn't have the chance to speak. That was not our policies and our ideas were not part of the national debate. So that's why we need to start right now. And we are doing that, rebuilding the party all across the country. And I want to thank our candidates all across the country. We have candidates who were with us in 2019, 2021, 2025, and will be with us at the next election. We are building, but we need you. We need you to be out there and to help us. What is the goal? To have the best ideas, and we believe that we have the best ideas because our ideas are based on the Western civilization values. So we have the best ideas. But if we keep our ideas for ourselves, if we don't have the courage to wake up, to stand up, speak up for what we believe to our friends and our family, nothing will happen. But you are here tonight because you know that this country is not going in the right direction. And you know also that if you speak up, that will be the beginning of that revolution. And we don't need 100% of the population or 50% of the population to do a revolution. 20%. The American Revolution, 20% of the Americans were fighting for that revolution. Only 20%. So that's why our candidates all across the country are ready to fight. And we know that, what is the more precious in politics? Because if you look at what Canadians think about politicians, they're low. They're not very, people are not, giving them big confidence. They're lying. And so being a politician, it's not I must say, an establishment politicians, it is not something that you want. And people think like that because they're not speaking to them about solutions. And they think that we are adolescents. They're speaking with us with slogans. Look at Pierre Poilievre every time he has a slogan. But behind the slogan, there's nothing. There's no conviction. There's no ideas. But to speak and telling Canadians all the reforms that we must do, when you speak about what you believe with passion and conviction, that's the only thing that we can do. But that's very successful. I believe so. The time is on our side. You know, we were, and I was a racist in 2019 because I was just saying, you know, we need to have a discussion about the level of immigrants. I said a maximum of 150,000 in 2019. For me, I must say, when I wrote that policy, I said, oh, that would be very popular. And I didn't think that, you know, people would call me racist, xenophobe, white supremacist. I didn't think about that. Why? Because I'm coming from Quebec. Because in Quebec, we had this discussion about immigration at every provincial election. Because in Quebec, we want to keep our culture and our language. We want to protect our culture. And so you have the PQ that have, you know, 40,000 maximum, the Liberals at the provincial level, 50,000. So you have a discussion, a national discussion about the level of immigration. Nobody's saying, oh, you're racist because you want only 20,000. But we started that conversation for the first time in Canada, outside Quebec, for the first time in 2019, and didn't want to have that conversation. We had billboards saying no to mass immigration. We paid for this billboard to be there for a month, and they were there for a week because of protests. But now, today, we were right in 2019, but today nobody can say to us, you're a racist party, because they know you have the Bank of Canada wrote a report last week about the situation of the economy, and they said because, you know, we have fewer immigrants, yes, this year we'll have fewer immigrants, prices of renting is going down. So they are admitting that mass immigration is bringing up prices of home and rent in our country. And they're saying also the impact on healthcare, it will be positive because we have fewer people coming to Canada. I was saying that in 2019, the impact of mass migration of our healthcare system will be huge. And we were right. And now the Bank of Canada said, yeah, because we have fewer people this year, it is helping to have rent that is going down, housing is going down downtown Toronto, Montreal, and Vancouver, the price for a house over there. So what I'm telling you, the problem that we have as a political party is we are ahead of our time. But our time will come. And the People's Party will be there when Canadians are ready. And I count on you for us because we have a tough time from now to the next election. They're using everything to censor us and censor you. There's two bills in Parliament right now, C8 and C9. That's all about censorship control. So as you know, with the bill C8, if a minister, not a judge, not the government, a minister decide that he or she does not like what you're writing on social media, what you are saying on X, on our YouTube, that minister can call your internet providers and cut you off of the internet, just like that. And you won't have the right to speak and say what happened to you. You won't have the right to speak and tell Canadians that the government did that to you. That's in the Bill C8. Internet, social media is the expression of our freedom. Without social media, we cannot communicate. Without social media, it would be harder for us as a party and for you as an individual to speak about your ideas. So they are using that. So they can cut me out of the internet tomorrow if this bill passed for you. That's a censorship. And the other deal, C9, it's all about hate. And do you think that we need a bill for hate speech? But no, we have the criminal code. And the criminal code, you have a clause for hate, violent speech. It is there. So you don't need a new legislation. Which one? 319. So, but they have that new legislations and they have a new definition of hate. It can be anything. But somebody can complain to the police about you, about what you said on social media, and the police will investigate and they will charge you. Usually, before the police can do that, they have to go in front of judge to have a warrant. But no, right now it won't. The police will be the judge. They will do their investigation. They will judge. They will decide. Okay, we will charge that person. And now after that, you have to spend a lot of money to defend yourself. So they try to control us because they know that when we are telling the truth, it's powerful. They don't want that. But we are doing that fight against these bills, and you must do the same also. You know, if you have time this week, call your MP, write to your MP, telling him or her that you don't want your MP, you don't want him to support C8 and C9. You know, I was an MP. I know what it is when we receive emails from people living in our writing. We want to be related, so we are listening to that a little bit more. And as you know, every Wednesday there's a caucus. The caucus with the conservatives, the liberal caucus, NDP caucus, and they have discussion about the legislation. But at the end of every caucus, that's the Q&A. I was part of the conservative caucus. And at the end of the caucus will start at 9 o'clock Wednesday, and it will end at 12. And at 11 o'clock, that's the Q&A. There's a mic in the middle, and all the MPs, the conservative MPs with the conservative caucus can ask questions to the leader. And usually, it's about what they are hearing in their writing. And they said, you know, when I was a conservative, that was a prime minister. Prime minister, if that bill passed, you know, I have a lot of supporters who don't like it. Why? We must change it. We must not promote it. We must not vote for it. So there's a discussion there. That's why when you speak with your MP or write to your MP, he will notice that. And he may act during the caucus and stand up and speak for you. So that's why I believe that that fight against C8 and C9, we can win that fight. If every Canadian understands the gravity of the situation concerning our freedom and our liberty. I told you at the beginning that I will speak about freedom, and you know that our freedoms are in danger. And I will speak about tenacity. But tenacity, you need some courage to speak about what you believe. And yes, you need tenacity. You know, when we started the party in 2018, we think that, oh, we will have our first member elected. I will be elected as the leader in 2019. I was pretty sure didn't work. I try again 2021, didn't work. 2025, didn't work. But next time it will. You need to fight for what you believe and give everything. And that's why our candidates and myself, we are doing right now. We don't need to change our strategy because we are doing politics differently. With ideas, with principles, with conviction. That is you. And when you're doing that, you are gaining credibility. It's very precious, credibility in politics. People can look at what we said, what Michael said, what Jeff said at the last election or the other one. We are not following the wind. We're following our heart and our mind. And people can see that we are serious and we are credible because, you know, about any subject, you can go back and find a whole video of me or some of our candidates saying the same thing today than what we were saying 7 years ago. And that's very important in politics because you are getting credibility. And I will finish with an anecdote. When I did run in Portage-Lisgar in a by-election before the general election, you know, the Conservative did everything to be sure that I won't be elected. When we started that election in Portage-Lisgar, I was at 6% in the polls. We were able to grow that up to 19%. But the Conservative did a very good campaign of disinformation. What they were doing against me and the party was not about our policy, was not about everything that we did since the creation of the party, was things that I said or done when I was a conservative. They were not able to find anything against the People's Party and our ideas since the creation of our party. Because they knew that everything that we are saying, it's very popular with their members. That's why at every election, the only thing that they're saying, don't split the vote. Don't split the, they know that people are with us. They're conservative, or we have also people from the liberal side and the side who are coming with us. They can see that we are different. And they can see that with these ideas, we can build something new in this country. So they cannot fight with us on ideas, and that's why they want to discredit us. They don't want to give us any visibility. They want to cancel us. They don't want to debate with us. Our candidates, it's very difficult for them during a campaign to be part of the debate in their ridings. They don't want, they're afraid. They're afraid. But I can tell you, with you and the time that we have from now between the next election, that revolution will come sooner than we thought. Sooner than we thought. You can see everything right now. In Europe, Nigel Farage in UK. It's very difficult in a parliamentary system for a new political party like the People's Party to have our first candidate elected because we don't have any proportionality in our electoral system. Like in UK, Nigel Farage with 14% of the vote at the last general election in UK, he had only 7 MPs elected. Only 7 with 13% of the vote. Right now, if there's an election tomorrow in UK, he will be the prime minister. He will be the prime minister. And if you look at his electoral platform, go on his website, Reform UK. Go on his website, read the platform. I think he copied our platform. It's about the same. If he was supposed to be elected, and because he was elected, he had more visibility. And now, in UK, it is worse than here in Canada. They are losing their freedom. Mass immigration, the impact is huge over there. And so more people are awake. And that's why he may be able to win the next election. So for us, we are in the same parliamentary system than in UK. It's about the same. Our time will come, and that revolution will come. So we need to change the public opinion. But I cannot do that alone. And that's why you are here tonight. You are helping Michael and his organization and the People's Party with your donations. And if you can, donate on a regular basis, we have people who they donate $10 a month, every month. That's helping us. And the money that we have, we are using that to promote our ideas, to promote our vision for this country. And I know that it's very tough. I was reading the news today about the Liberals and the Conservatives. They had to give Elections Canada the money that they are able to raise every trimester. So the last trimester for the Liberals and the Conservatives, they were able to raise half of the money they used to raise last year. Half. They don't have the same amount of donation that they had a year ago. Why? Because we are in a recession, because it's very tough for everybody, and because also people are disappointed with these mainstream political parties. So for us, it's a challenge also because we can feel that recession right now. It's more difficult for Canadians. But we have more donors, but our average donation is going down a little bit. But I'm looking on the positive side, more people are coming and donate to the party because more of them understand that our ideas must be adopted for changing this country for better. So thank you for you to be here, to donate your time and your money. And now I will ask you to give a little bit more by talking about what you believe to your friends, your family, your co-workers. Don't be silent. Be out there. Speak about what you don't like in this country and tell them that there's a solution out there. We are here for them. And we will always fight for Canadians. That's my main message. We believe in our country. We are putting our country first, but the most important, Canadian first. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you. Mr. Maxime Bernier. All right. I want to take an opportunity right now to thank all of the speakers. So let's give, Jeff and Vincent and Stephen and everybody a hand. All of our speakers, please. We've seen how we can all come together with optimism, how that we can make a difference. We know from the truckers convoy, we know what we can do. We know what we did with the Oakville, Trafalgar, and my conservative friends here. Don't tell Dave Cherry too much. He's on the other board. But we stood together as Canadians, not as a PPC guy, not as this. And we need to make that difference, right? We need to break those barriers. And what Max is saying is to bring us closer. Your neighbor. You're out at the liquor store. You're going to go get groceries. You're sitting there at soccer. You're at the gymnastics. Ask people, what do you think of this? What do you think of the economy? Asking those questions is going to get results because you're not telling them what to do. You're asking them, what do you think of immigration? You're not putting anything in their head. You're just asking them an opinion. And we need that of you, right? Not everybody can give money, but you give a little bit of time, you get a little bit of courage to say something to somebody. So I think that's very important. Now, we also, what he was saying about donations, it's true, but we also need you to donate your voice, right? That's equally as true as everything. There's people that have well-heeled shoes. They don't have time. There's people a little bit down, have a bit more time. It's bringing us together as one, and we can beat these guys, and they know it. That's why they spend millions and millions and millions of dollars to tell you you don't count, but you do. Otherwise, they wouldn't spend the money because they're cheap and greedy. So why would they spend billions? Because they're scared. And everyone here can make that difference. And now I'm going to do a little bit of house cleaning. We have our silent auction winners. I'd like to announce those. Sherelle, do you have that? Excellent. And I'm going to turn it over to Sherelle to have the winner. And thank you so much for donating, because literally the thing that you really like helps us out a lot. Thank you. All right.
Thank you, everybody. Okay, I'm going to just quickly read what the prize is and who the winner is. And if you want to come back here, I have my cash box, credit, debit. I have my machine, so if you want to use plastic, by all means. And for anybody else that didn't win anything, the merchandise table will be open for the next hour or so until we're cleaned up. So you can still spend some money if you'd like to. Okay, Tish Conlin coaching and book is to Marie Viscera. The James Top print goes to Gilbert.
Hey, way to go, Gilbert.
The Pavlok Shock Clock 3 is to Bob H. PPC merchandise basket, I believe that's the Squizzes one I made. That goes to Alice B.
Alice Batista.
Wine making certificate, yeah, that's fine. Necklace and earring set, Helen Bobbies. Or Bobbies, sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name, Helen. PJ's hoodie goes to Preston Robinson.
What? You outdid my wife?
The 5-gallon performance water goes to Glenn Ellsworth. One of the small PPC merchandise bags goes to Jeff Swackheimer. Actually, Jeff, you have the large one as well, so you're going to be all decked out. Wine and glass set goes to Alice B. The other PPC merch bag, small, goes to David Peters. Oxygen water concentrate is Danielle Bouchard. The far infrared treatment goes to Tish Conlin. Corrupted by Fear book, Lisa Robinson. The Thank You Truckers book to Alice B. And the book Unjustified, Linda P. Williams coffee card to Marianne Workman. And the Performance Oxygen Water, the 12-bottle set, goes to Liz Galvin. So thank you, everybody, for all of your donations and your hard work. And come see me behind the screen when Nicole is finished with it.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We're going to just close up here a little bit. We're going to have some dancing. And I just wanted to let everybody know, last call, 11 o'clock. Okay? So if you want to have another drink or get yourself a cranberry, whatever that is, at 11 o'clock. And I also want to mention, on December 4th, we are going to have our AGM. So look out in your newsletters. If you subscribe to me, you probably subscribe automatically if you came to the event. And so look out for that. We'll be having an AGM. All Burlington members can vote, but other members from other ridings are welcome to join us. That'll be December 4th. Look out for that, and they'll be on michaelbader.com. So this basically concludes our formal part of the event. So thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Thank you. And he's right. We're not going to stop. So we're going to have the dance floor open in a couple minutes. It's a chance for you guys to chat a bit more and have a great evening. Thank you all.
Okay, and that kind of wraps things up there, but we're not quite done here yet. I think we're going to bring Max over so that we can have a a brief word with him as well. So stay with me, and I'll bring you Max in just a moment. At least that's the plan.
You are watching live coverage of the People's Party of Canada 2025 State of Our Nation Gala on Maverick News. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, and I can see they are getting Max set up. He's in the queue, and we're ready to bring him on live as soon as the camera goes live. We just have a black screen at the moment, but there he is, and I think we are ready to go. I think so. Welcome back, Mr. Bernier. They're still getting the camera.
How are you?
I am just fine. Thank you so much for everything tonight and for joining us here on the program again. We had a few other interesting guests on tonight: Randy Hilliard, Jordan Keeley. And the conversation turned to what does the PPC need to do to get some traction and get yourself and maybe some others elected to Parliament in what will be your fourth general election. What Randy said, it's strategy, and I know that you're determined to hold true to your values and principles as a party. So how do you broaden the appeal?
Okay, thank you for asking. It's a great question. You know, I was member of Parliament for 13 years. I was elected. I know what to do to be elected today or tomorrow. I just have to tell Canadians what they want to hear. I just have to do polling and focus group and tell them, you know, the narrative, the leftist narrative. I won't do that. You know, we are doing politics differently. And you understand that it is not a slogan. That is the reality. We don't do any polling. We don't do any focus group. We don't want to know what the Canadians think because the public opinion has been manipulated by the leftist media, by the Uni Party. We are out there to tell them the truth based on facts and science, like we did during COVID-19. So maybe Canadians are not ready right now to listen to the truth, but they will, because the more time is passing, the more difficult it is for them. And we are in a recession, we are losing our freedoms, and they will question the Uni Party. And what I can tell you, the People's Party of Canada will be there when Canadians are ready. We don't have to change our message. I know that traditional politicians at every election, they're doing polling and focus group with a new platform to tell Canadians what they want to hear at that time. We have the same platform since the creation of that party. And what I said in 2019, I said the same thing in 2021, and I said the same thing in 2025. And I will say the same thing when the next election will come in 3 years or 4 years. And yes, the goal is to have candidates elected. But before that, we need to change the public opinion. We need to educate and inform the population. And it's very difficult when you've been canceled, when you don't have any visibility with the mainstream media. But what is our strategy? Our strategy is don't change the message, but try to be more visible on social media. And that's what we are doing. And I'm very pleased to be with you tonight. Actually, we started an account on TikTok. I'm not dancing on TikTok. I'm speaking to young Canadians about the real issues and the real solutions. And I try to do that with a clip of 45 seconds. That's new for us. That's a way to be able to reach to young people, because we know that young people are more receptive right now to our ideas, because there's the one who suffered the more with these bad economic social policies. And so they are more open to the real solution. And so that's what we are doing. And, I'm working with all the candidates across the country to be sure that they will be ready for the next election. And that's the rebuilding of the party. We are doing that at every elections. We have candidates who are staying with us. We are candidates that are saying, no, I did my part. I'm still supporting the People's Party, but I want to do other things. And so we have to renew our candidates, and we are doing that right now. So it's a revolution that we need to do. And that revolution won't happen in a year or maybe in 2 years. After 7 years, yes, the last election was not a good result for us. We were not happy with that result. But why? Because we thought that we'll have a discussion about mass immigration, knowing that 65% of the population were and are still on our side, and they're saying no to mass immigration. But that election was not a real election. It was a referendum on who will be the best one to deal with President Trump, Carney or Poilievre. That was, the election was about tariff, Trump's, and, we didn't have any discussion about all these other issues that we have in this country. So that was a tough elections for us, because we didn't have the discussion about the real issues, and mostly mass immigration, knowing that we have a lot of support there. So I believe that the next election will be different. We'll have candidates ready. And, I think that at that time, I hope so, that I will be able to be back in Parliament with some candidates. We'll see. But if we need to work together to do that. And that's why I was here tonight, helping Michael and his team in Burlington to build a team and to be ready for the next election, because it would be an important one for the future of this country.
So do you think by the time we get to the next election, which some people think could be as early as December, depending what happens with the budget, but do you think that this 51st state, tariffs, the economy, those issues will have waned to some degree, and that the culture issues will be back at the forefront?
Yeah, I think so. Actually, I don't believe that we'll have an election this fall or early winter. I believe that the budget will pass. You'll have 3 members of parliament that will vote for Carney, or you will have some members of parliament who won't show up to vote. So, I don't think that will be an election this year. That being said, we need to be ready for an election in 2 years or 3 years. But answering your questions, at that time, I think the cultural war will be the real issue. The recession will be stronger. It's sad to say that, and the inflation will be higher. So all the standard of living, the cultural war, the lack of integration with our migrants and immigrants who are coming here, the debate about multiculturalism and mass immigration. So I think, yes, that may be the debates of the next election, and we just need to be ready for that, and we will.
And it seems you're playing the long game. I know that you are putting a lot of effort into working with young people in sort of a youth wing of the party. Can you explain or just elaborate on that? What's happening on that front?
Yes, we're very happy that we have young people who are with us and fighting for us. We need more of them. And they had a conference in Ottawa a couple of weeks ago. Our young organization, they are out there. And so when I'm traveling this month, in October, sorry, I did travel in Quebec, and I was able to build the organization across the province. And yes, I was out there to meet young people. They are telling me a lot. They are helping me also to promote, my Twitter account, for example. I'm doing that with a young guy, 18 years old. So they are helping us to promote our ideas. And I'm 62, so I need them to help me to be more efficient on social media, and they're doing that. But at the same time, I'm telling them, be active on social media also and in the real life, and that's what they're doing. And what we want to do with them, we want to try to integrate them, maybe not formally or informally, in our organizations, riding associations across the country, to help them to be more efficient and being able to speak to the young population more efficiently.
And I guess that's why you're so focused as well on Bills C8 and C9, because of censorship and keeping the internet open to ensure that even if you're not allowed to participate in the leaders debate or, in mainstream media discussions, that the social media platforms are still available to you. Is that one of the reasons you're so concerned about it?
Absolutely. But also I'm concerned for Canadians, because it can be me, it can be you, it can be anybody who the government won't like. If you say something on social media that the government doesn't like, they can cut you from the internet. They can also charge you for hate speech. So these bills are authoritarian bills, and Canada won't be a democracy anymore if these bills pass. And we'll be able to see that in a couple of weeks. So that's why what I said tonight, let's help us to fight these bills. That's very important, and we'll see. But if that happens, our freedoms are in danger, and the life of a political party that is challenging the establishment politicians can be at risk.
All right. Well, Mr. Bernier, I know that you have many people who would like to dance with you at your event there tonight, so we won't keep you any longer, but I'll throw it back to you. Is there anything else you would like to add, think we might be missing, or just a final message you'd like to share?
But first, I want to thank you for having me tonight. That's giving me more visibility, and as you know, that's something that we try to have, more and more visibility. So you are helping us there. And if your viewers want to know more about the People's Party, they can go on our website, peoplespartyofcanada.ca, read our platform. It would be the same platform at the next election. They can follow me on X, Maxime Bernier. They can follow us on YouTube, Facebook, and all the social media. And if they like, and if you like what we are saying, please, speak with your friends and your family, share our tweet or our post on social media. And that's the only way that we'll be able to grow. So we need everybody, and we are working hard to be able to be out there and speak with Canadians.
Well, thank you for allowing us to be part of your 2025 State of Our Nation Gala. It's been a privilege for us to participate in it. The PPC, yourself, definitely committed to free speech and open discussion, and I really do thank you for that. And you will always have a voice here. You are always welcome, and thank you.
Thank you again, and good night.
All right. And folks, that brings us to the end of our special broadcast tonight, our live coverage of the 2025 People's Party of Canada, State of Our Nation Gala. And it is, let's just check, make sure, Toronto 4, Dodgers 3, top of the 8th inning. It's a nail biter. World Series, Game 7. We'll sign off so you can all go and see the final leg of the final innings of the World Series. National pride at stake. Who's going to come out on top? I don't know, but I'd say this: it's been a great competition, and I think we're all winners in the end, just by participating. And again, thank you all for joining us here tonight as we wrap up our coverage of the PPC Gala. I'll be back tomorrow, as usual, with our regular Maverick News broadcast, 7 p.m. Eastern. Catch you all then on the flip side.
I heard old Cosmo howling last night up on the hill where the moon shines so bright. He was singing a tune, lonesome dogs cry about freedom, running and touching the sky. If I leave here tomorrow, would you still remember me? Cosmo's free, running wild, wild as the wind can be. He's a free dog, he's a free dog, he's a free dog. Cosmo's got them paws that just itch to roam. He's chasing his dreams, he's far from home. With a heart full of love and a spirit so free, he's living his life wild and carefree. If I leave here tomorrow, would you still remember me? Cosmo's free, running wild, wild as the wind can be. He's a free dog, he's a free dog, he's a free dog. He's got the stars in his eyes, the wind in his fur, a tail that wags like it's never heard of a blur. Cosmo's on a journey, he's got no chains. He's running through fields, breaking all the lanes. Now the night's getting cold and the sky's turning gray, but Cosmo's still out there, he's miles away. He's not looking back, he's got his path to tread. With every step, he's leaving his path. If I leave here tomorrow, would you still remember me? Cosmo's free, running wild, wild as the wind can be. He's a free dog, he's a free dog, he's a free dog. So if you're feeling lost, just think of Cosmo's run. Remember his spirit, his freedom, his fun. And maybe one day, when you're feeling low, you'll find your own freedom and let your spirit go. If I leave here tomorrow, would you still remember me? Cosmo's free, running wild, wild as the wind can be. He's a free dog, he's a free dog, he's a free dog. In his eyes, the wind in his fur, a tail that wags like it's never heard of a bird. A heart full of love and a spirit so free. He's living his life wild and carefree. He's got the stars in his eyes, the wind in his fur, a tail that wags like it's never heard a word. Cosmo's on a journey, he's got no chains. He's running through fields, breaking all the lanes.
This has been a Maverick Multimedia production.